that's the kind of person you are, that's the kind of things you look for. You just came on the wrong live. You need to switch on to others. Maybe in the next week or two, I'll even give you some lives that you go into where they just talk a lot of crap. Fine, just crack on with it. But here we're talking about the real things, okay? Our children, they are being mistreated, they're being abused, they're being stolen, they're being trafficked. All these issues, heinous crimes are taking place right now. And we haven't got time for nonsense. That's all it is. So with respect to every person that comes on, if you've got respect for your daughters, your mothers, your sisters, your grandmothers, or your siblings, then be rational about it. Let's literally have a nice, rational dialogues, no criticizing. There's no need for it. And that includes also if you're a social worker, a police officer. We're not targeting everybody. It's not about, I can prove who's been doing what they're doing. This is why we talk fact find. This is why we talk about LCS, liars, criminals, storytellers. Very, very simply. So that's all I'm going to put to everybody. Hopefully that message you go out, and actually the mods every so often, maybe put that a little message in every so often, just so they know there's no need for that. And if they do it immediately, we just don't want it, because I'm not going to allow anybody to victimize victims at all. Full stop. There's no compromise on that. That's all I'm going to say. Right, so now we're starting. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to check who's actually... oh, okay, people have actually came out. If anybody wants to get in and ask questions, feel free. I know there was a sister that came on, Melissa, I think it was. I want you to also understand this specific live. You can ask questions, by the way, in the comments, or you could come in the boxes. What I am going to say is, if you're a victim of social services, particularly, and you're speaking up or you want to talk about it, try not to mention your details, your name, your location, or your children. They'll only get used against you as a weapon, and I don't want to put anybody at risk for that. Full stop. Okay? So if you are, by all means, I'm just trying to make sure, because I'm not here to put anybody in any risk. Okay? There's a lot of other platforms that do that. Okay, but this is not one of those. I just want to make it clear. So let's have a look who else wants to be in. And remember, even though I am accepting you to get in, the rules still apply to everybody, including myself. I don't go and target anybody neither, so I don't expect anybody else to do the very same thing, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to leave Morning Stand Law there, because they do some great work in general. They know what's going on. I'll come back to them. They could actually have a little feedback in the maybe questions, answers for anybody else that might have. Sorry, move. Melissa, I think that's the name. Yeah, Melissa. Melissa, if you could just unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Sister Melissa. You okay?
I'm okay.
Good evening.
Hello.
Did you have a question or a comment?
A question and a comment. I just wanted to say thank you for this platform, because honestly, I was losing my mind before I found you. I grew up working in the services charitably. I worked with Sir Ken Livingstone doing work for the children, including the bus pass, the free pass, the road safety for young people, all of that stuff. So I grew up thinking that the services were brilliant. There was no corruption whatsoever until I experienced it for myself. I'm going to not mention any names or anything, but my son reported to me that when he went to go visit his biological father, he saw pictures on someone's phone of women and children looking like they're unconscious and things were being done to them. I reported it and I received no help. Everyone looked at me like what I was saying was crazy and it doesn't make sense. And the reports kept continuing because he made friends with local children in the area that he went to, and those same children would report similar things because they had seen the pictures and the videos. I then gave the names of the children and where my son said they lived to the police. Nothing was done. Only one officer tried to investigate, and she wasn't even a detective, she was a PC. Eventually, she was removed from it and they completely erased everything. Fortunately for me, I'd reported it in the area where I live in another area, and another police officer from that area had to inform them that yes, what she's saying is true. She's reported it several times. Even now, I'm still in the middle of a battle for it because I'm worried that their parents out there in that area who have no clue that this is being done to their children, because the perpetrator is somebody very close that they consider to be a family friend. So I'm thankful for your platform, and I want to join on the website because I was looking for advice on how I can go about the situation, because I'm not well versed in these types of things at all.
Right. Firstly, thank you very much for joining us. What I want you to do is, with the information that you're talking about, it's very important about these issues that are not being taken seriously, because it puts the rest of the people and the public members at risk. There is a lot of information that we could give you, and I know on the side of exposing and speaking up about it, we could do a lot on that side of it, because that's really what we were doing at the beginning. I just didn't know I was going to be not stuck with, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, women and children coming forward in this like massive child abuse scandal with the paedophiles involved. And after 9 o'clock, you're going to see what I mean, because I'll be releasing the names of the paedophiles in the government, because that's where it all starts from. And the reason why people are given some exemptions outside, usually it's because they're linked within the inside of it, okay? And I don't believe anybody's got no exemptions in this. But if you want to contact us through the website, if you go to a part where it says contact us and send us a brief information, I'll have somebody get in touch with you straight away. I know we have a bit of a backlog, but every time we get to the finish of it, it seems to just grow again. Because it's just each person is different. But when it comes to stories and information, it needs to be out. Things that you might not be able to do is something that I will do, or the team will do it, because we don't believe in any exemptions. We don't care about colour, creed, religion, titles. If you're a criminal, we're coming for you. Simple as that. We're going to expose a lot of them. And if same thing on the other side, we're not bothered about what colour, creed, religion, title you have. If you're affected by this, you want some form of help and support, we will do what we can. We have only limited resources because we're not getting enough people generally want to help this cause. A lot of people are scared, and one of the big things is I'm showing people you've got nothing to be scared about. Well, there's nothing to be scared about. I think that Cockroach, I think I'm going to get you in the box in a second, because I know you sent a message, but I just want to let you know that, Melissa, I mean, the thing is, everybody is coming together, and that is a lot of people won't tell you. It's not just in the UK, the whole world, the whole globe is actually, well, not even a globe if you think about flat earth, but the whole landmass throughout the world is actually awakening now. And this is a battle about against good against evil, and we need to start standing now on the right side. Any spectators, you're actually part of the problem, because they're going to come for your kids tomorrow and everybody else. I was the same as actually what you said, Melissa, exactly the same. You don't see it because we're indoctrinated into the system. But when you see it and you go through it, you know there's a problem. And this isn't a little problem. We're talking about tens of thousands of children that disappear. Think about that. Imagine if it was your child, your little baby girl, your little baby boy, who then suddenly disappears from the system, and they say, "Oh, we're sorry." Do you think we're going to take sorry as an excuse? Like it's all right? No, we don't. We're not interested.
Mention that it's not about race or religion,
No.
because these are African people, and I'm so disheartened that in the African community, no one talks about it. It's very hidden, but they are prolific, because these are men who are using their pounds to travel back to Africa where they know there's a lot of poverty, and they're using and abusing little girls and little boys and pretending they're there to do charitable work. So I'm really glad you mentioned that. Thank you so
No,
much.
we're very straightforward here. So I will mention to you, I actually do work with a number of African agencies and charities because we're on the right path. But just on that note, we literally don't care. Look, my heritage is Pakistani. I love my community. I'm an Englishman. I love my English people. I'm not bothered about color, creed, religion. But I also know there's sickness in all our communities, and we're out in all of them. Every one of them, in the government and the out of government, because these are what's known as wolves in sheep's clothing. These are the people who are causing the issue between us, trying to cause that divide so they could allow these other people to rob, rape, and steal. And the chances are they're probably related to a paedophile ring or a grooming gang or social services or an MP. You know, this is what they like. Now, I don't care who they are. But we are gonna out them all. But sister, remember this: we're all together. We don't have no exemptions like that, and we're not bothered who it is. We need to protect each other. Every child is important, and we need to start learning what we need to do about it.
Well,
I hope that helps you, my sister.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that one of the things that makes me worry a lot is in the African community, they use a lot of witchcraft and genuinely don't.
You broke up there, Melissa.
But a lot of these men use these things. Oh, can you hear me now? Sorry.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, in the African community, they use a lot of witchcraft, and growing up in the West, a lot of people don't believe in things like that. They think it's just a complete lie. But a lot of these men do use these things to keep themselves hidden, and it's very hard to catch them.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. So I want to make it clear. You know, everybody knows all what's going on throughout the world today, all the pedophiles and everything. You know, this whole issue is about good against evil. Yeah, that means angels against demons. So when it comes to witchcraft, is a real thing. I see this all the time. Okay, but one thing I am going to tell you. If you believe in a superior being, God Almighty, and you feel positive and confident in yourself, these things can't affect you. You allow these things to come into you, and how they do it, look at the names of, like, you drink gin, you know what I mean? What is gin? It's not J like jam, it's G like gorilla. That's what the gin is, you see? But, or the drink, that's how it's spelled. So you need to understand the more vulnerable you are, the more you're opening it for these entities to get involved into or cause that issues. But if you are linked to God Almighty, and you believe, and remember one rule, I got told this when I was a child, that if you believe in yourself and you believe in God Almighty, that's number one. Number two, these entities have no power in this earth unless you allow them in. Remember that. If you don't allow them in, don't acknowledge them, don't bother with them, they have no power. They have no power. And start thinking positive. And sister, you're 100% right. I've seen this, a lot of this, and this needs to stop. 100%. I don't know if she dropped on her own accord or was she accidentally lost reception or what, I'm not sure. But she'll come back in. I think, I don't know how to say the name, but is it Cockroach?
Yeah, hi. Hello.
Evening.
Hello. Maybe I need to, I think I'll just tell you the story as if it's a story, which it is a story. It's my story. When I was 9, my dad died from lung cancer. We had a lovely, when someone dies, it's not just the person you lose. I think it's your mum lost her income. We lost, we had a nice home, everything, the whole thing changes. The dynamic of the life of a child when they lose someone. It's just everything changed for me. And I became very withdrawn, but I started acting out by not going to school. So in the 1980s, I think people will find this hard to believe right now, but in the 1980s, if you didn't go to school, they would do court orders and stuff. And if they said you were naughty, you wouldn't go to school. And I remember my mum paid for a solicitor, and the solicitor said to me, if you go to school for 1 week, well, I was being bullied at school as well, by the way, we can get you off for social services. You'll be all right. And I said, no, not. I was a little like a brat, really, because I was like, no, I'm not doing it. So I went to this, what you call a family sort of court, but it was open court. And they said I was 12, and they said, right, you're not going to school. I think there was obviously I was acting out because my dad had died and everything. Right, we're putting you in a children's home until you're 18. I was 12. It's just for not going to school, right? And obviously smoking. I was smoking cigarettes and skipping school stuff. So they took me to this children straight away. My mum said, when are you taking her? And they said, I think my mum was very depressed, to be fair, and down. Obviously, she'd lost her husband. And I don't think she could cope with a teenager kicking off. So I think when they said to her, you know, she wasn't coping either. So my mum said, well, when are you taking her? Because my mum thought it'd do me good, you see. They'd sort everything out. So they said, oh, she's got to go today. I went home, packed a bag, went there. Now, this place was like a detention centre. I'm not over-exaggerating. It had a cell. I was 12. It had a cell. Had three units, 2 boys' units and a girls' unit. But I'm not going to tell you the whole thing because it's so enormous. But basically, a hell of a lot of paedophiles worked there. There was lots of sharing of children being taken to houses. One of the houses was the MP Greville Janner, who's now dead. There were political figures. There were people in power there at these parties. Talk about drugs. At the gates of our children's home, there would be men in cars waiting to come and take us, young girls, out. And the staff knew. It's almost as if it was set up. Now I look back at it. And we thought they were our friends. They were giving us cigarettes and we were young, 12, 13-year-old girls, with hair dryers, makeup, you know. And then, of course, they just started taking us to houses and selling us really to people. We didn't know they were getting money, you know. We thought it was pop.
Hi. Let me just interrupt you. I'm sorry. I'm just popping out. Okay. You know where everything is, don't you?
Yeah.
You know where the toilet and everything is, yeah? I'll come back later.
He knows where the toilet is.
Okay. Bye.
Sorry.
You better know where the toilet is, or we've had it.
Hey, I'm glad. I've just come into it. I've travelled 2 nights ago, so I ended up somewhere else. The person just nipping out.
Bless you. Yeah, so they took us to these places. Lots of middle-aged men. No women. It's all men. And I know, like, Greville Janner is an MP. As I said, some of my friends earlier on were involved when we got talking. They'd go to London for days out. I don't know if you heard of Dolphin Square, but there's a lot of stuff went on at Dolphin Square, and the government know all about it. And it's often mostly involved with Westminster, people working at Westminster, and children brought to Westminster for these people to use. Anyway, then I met my friend when we'd had children. These girls and me were being taken to these parties. Thank God. Also, there was violence in there. We had to do favours for the staff as well, male members of staff. So really, when I look back at it, they were sort of prostituting us and using us as themselves within the children's home. Now, I don't know if you've ever heard of a man called Frank Beck, but my friend actually exposed all that, and it was an absolute media feast, and it was all over the TV. I actually went on a TV programme with her. This Frank Beck, he was running quite a few children's homes in my area, and he did this thing called reversion therapy or something, regression therapy, where he said that children needed to relive their childhood only being nurtured. So what he did was he put actual children from say the age of 8 to 16 or whatever in nappies, he'd get staff to change their nappies and to have them on the knee and to almost simulate suckling, things like that. It was called therapy. He did it all in the name of therapy. And you can look Frank Beck up. Look Frank Beck up. He killed himself, actually, in prison. And so many people were involved in that, high up in the council and stuff, who when they did a government, it was in the House of Parliament, did a government thing about Frank Beck. So anyway, we went on TV and they said, and a lot of her friends had killed themselves, hung themselves, done stuff. A lot of my friends, luckily I left that children's home and went to another children's home where I got abused again, but not as bad. Whereas two of my friends got into drugs and prostitution and died through it, young girls. The next children's home, there was a church, and it used to be, a few men used to come from the church, and they used to choose children to take home for the weekend, almost like a library book. They'd take them away, and these other people would. I wasn't one of the children, because by then I was like nearly 15. So I was getting a bit more mouthy, if you like. I was a bit more, I don't want to do that. And I was like running away a lot by then. So this guy, one guy, he did something that sounds like an ape to me in a bathroom. Now, when I was 48, I went to the police and I said, this to what I'm saying to you now. Gave them all these names. I mean, some of them will be dead. This particular guy in the second children's home, they said, he's alive, we'll interview him. Then it turns out I had to wait 2 years because he was being looked after by people who run the sex offenders register. Apparently he was on the sex offender register, so he must have been caught for something. And they said he was not unwell, they said he was too mentally distressed at the moment to be interviewed. So I had to wait 2 years for that. Then after that, they said, we've lost all your records from the children's home, that's social service records and the council records, because there's duplicate copies. They've lost them all. Can't find a thing. 6 years of records. Then it went to CPS. CPS said, there's not enough evidence. We couldn't find any records anyway. Then I'd give them quite a few names of the kids that I was in the care with. And they kept saying things to me like, well, you see, there are petty criminals and stuff. You can't really believe what they're going to say. You can't believe these people. You know, they've always lied. They're little petty criminal people. We know them. And I said that just because you're a petty criminal grown up, it doesn't mean that you've not been abused or so you've not seen things. And then the last straw for me was when the CPS couldn't try it, they couldn't find my records. They said they couldn't interview this ape guy who was on the sex offenders register anyway, because whatever. Then they did interview him. He said he doesn't prefer women. He's never been with a woman. And yet he'd been married, and they looked up his doctor's records, and it said his doctor had said, yes, he had intercourse with his wife. It had been on his records. He must have gone about a problem or something. So it was proved he was a liar. So anyway, got the CPS, no. And then just before, about the last sort of time I went to the police station, the officer said, there was 2 things during this, because it went on for 3 years, I had to wait. One of the things early on about the first year, what was said to me, because said, you see, a lot of this historic abuse is coming forward now. People are starting to talk. And while we're looking at your stuff from the historic abuse, we can't tackle kids that is happening to now because we haven't got the resources. So while you lot are coming, you see, we can't look after the kids in the here and now. Well, that made me feel awful because it's not. But then I got a bit annoyed. I thought, well, it's not my fault you've not got the resources. Basically, don't come to us with your old stuff. We've got enough stuff and not the resources. And then the very last thing was, you see, she said to me, well, you've been abused by about 4 people. You've been abused by quite a few. If only you'd only been abused by that one the one who ate me. The others had as well, by the way. then we could have probably got that to stick with the CPS, which says it seems to us, like it looks to them like you've been too abused. And that was it. So basically, she was saying to me, you've been too abused to be abused, according to the CPS, because it's going to be hard to prove them 4 if only you'd just been abused by 1. Sorry, I've gone on a lot now.
No. Let me tell you something. I'm absolutely disgusted with, after everything you've said on not what you said, what you've gone through, your lived experience, what you've gone through, for them to say that, to try
I'm
to
too
brush
abused
it
to be
off.
abused, really. And the other thing, I helped that inquiry. There's been a public inquiry about 6 years ago. It was paid for, a big public inquiry where they spoke to abused people, and we all gave them feedback. It was quite a big survey thing we had to do and speak to them on the phone, and it was all in to help this awful things not happen so much or whatever. Well, I don't know. Oh, and people kept leaving the inquiry. Heads of the inquiry kept, I don't know if you know this inquiry, but they kept it was a public inquiry thing that the government did, but they kept leaving. It was too much for them. And then other people would take it over. I went on that, and I know a couple of people who did, to give them feedback. Well, we've never heard the outcome really of that. I've forgotten the name of it now, but I can find out. And what about Frank Beck? You look up Frank Beck. It was everywhere. It was in the newspapers. It was on TV. It was on Good Morning. It was on everywhere. At Sky News. It was just so big.
Frank Beck, Frank and Beck, yeah?
Yeah. And they said, it was even talked about in the House of Commons a lot. And they said, it's awful what happened in these children's home. And they would make sure the children were more protected. Well, here we are with these grooming gangs.
Is this Leicestershire?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've got it right in front of me here.
Such a big case. And the government, I think it was Tony Blair at the time, or it might have been the grey one with the glasses. What's his blooming? I don't know. Anyway, that they said, we'll do a public inquiry, which they did do a big public inquiry. And we will make sure that we learn from this, all of this to do with vulnerable children. And have they? And those people who have groomed these street gangs, they're vulnerable kids. A lot of them are ex-care kids or going into care or whatever.
Yeah, the care system is actually a business. I'm going to touch on that very shortly. But I'm just going to
say that. The care system.
We're going to get into it because care system, I'll just finish off with, so I'm just letting people know what I'm looking at.
Okay.
1942 to 1994 was an English convicted child sex offender. He was employed by Leicestershire County Council. So our councils love employing pedos, don't they?
Oh, yeah. It's almost like, I call
this.
it a pick and mix shop for paedophiles, children's homes. It's like a pick and mix shop. You got your pick of vulnerable kids.
Well, just with what you've mentioned, when you get around to it, drop us a message. I want to get everything out on that story. Because one thing, if you have a look around, historically or even now, when there's been all these cases, you never see the cases on public media now. They're trying to.
Well, what I wanted to say to you is they made a promise to us, the people, not just me and people who've been in children's, us, the people. There was a massive money thrown at it, inquiry. It was in America on the media. It was everywhere. And it was, like I said, it was debated in Parliament. And they made a promise they would get to the bottom of this about employing these people, and they wouldn't get through this net so much. They'd do all this, do all that. And here we are again, vulnerable people being abused by gangs. And it's being covered up.
You see the bit that you turned around and said about they promised.
They did.
These corporate companies are just bullshitters. They don't know what a promise is. And the promise means, in reality, it means, look, we're just telling you we're going to look at it, but we're really not going to do nothing about it because we are dictators. We like to rob, rape, abuse.
And then after that, from that came another thing, a great big, it's like Operation whatever, like a public inquiry of people that have been abused. Like we sat for about an hour on the phone talking, filling in things. Baroness, somebody with the head of it and all this. I don't know what it's called. I'll have to find out what it's called. But what were they done since what was the recommendations of that? I don't know if it even, because millions was thrown at it to be shown to be doing something. And I'm going to go in a minute because I want a cup of tea, and I bet you want to go to the toilet. Now you know where it is. But anyway, I want to say, just to touch on foster care and children's homes are big corporate businesses. They're owned by private companies, just like Group 4, things like that for prisoners. And foster care agencies have to show that they've got a certain amount of fodder, i.e. children going through them per year, that they're doing their job. So they actually put kids in foster that do not need it, should be reconciled with the parents by having therapy and things like that. Even less than therapy, just be reconciled. But they don't. They shove them into foster care because it's cash and it's money and it's big business. So
yeah, no,
it's almost
100%.
like child farming.
Well, yeah, it is. It is child farming, but this is also child trafficking. This is also getting our babies, stealing them off us by manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, manufacturing crimes, all illegal, and putting it into where they want, where they neglect our children, allow physical, emotional, psychological abuse, sexual abuse, and they don't care because it's just a creature to them. And
how
while they're making
often do
money,
we see in the press any, what's the word, like the Premier League, like a scoreboard of how children homes are doing, how they are performing and what's going on, like Ofsted and stuff. Those children are like, lesser known than we were. They're under private ownership. At least we had the government.
See, now here's the thing. I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad you're awake to that. That this is not our government. These private corporate companies or our private corporate companies, they're not even our government. They're robbing, raping, abusing. Look, there's a story just came out in Chelmsford in that school.
And just to stop you there, look what happened to us, and we were under the government umbrella. Can you imagine? Can you imagine these private people?
Yeah, well, I actually know a lot about these private corporate companies. They're not even part of UK based. It's internationally owned. And when you start digging deeper and deeper and deeper, you realize how the hell have these people hijacked the United Kingdom while our government stays silent, because our government, which means our parliament, has sold out. Why? Because they're all a bunch of nonsense. And this is why it's coming up, the time's coming up, I'll be releasing the names of all the MPs, as many as I can every week. We're going to do a lot more work on that and get me on public media, because one of the things you said...
there is quite a few. Well, only the ones I knew from parties and stuff, but they're dead now. But there are still ones alive. Keith Faz, for a start off, he's done a hell of a lot of abuse. Leicester MP. And you know what? For what he did, I mean, some of it came out about the cocaine and the rent boys and all that stuff. But then they still actually got around him and protected him. And he got through and got to be an MP in Leicester again. What does someone have to do before they fall from grace?
Well, what needs to be done, because we could talk about this, is we need to get rid of this corporate companies. They're not our government. Get this right. They are not our government. We don't need to consent to them. We could tell them anything. Just get away. Treat them like the dogs they are. Because that's what it is. Are we going to
Do you know how we know as the public? I mean, do you know, is there a league table of children's homes, how they're assessed, how they're scored, how they're looking after children? I mean, how do us, the member of the public, know how these places are rated and feedback from the children that live there and stuff?
You know what, sister, let me just stay there. I want to get the other couple involved. Morningstar. No. We're going to stick on what you're saying, because this is what people need to know, and this is it for everybody who's listening now. I want inputs of everybody because, you know, this is serious. I want to then go into the inputs of the sister that just came on a few minutes ago. Morningstar, I mean, look, this is what we talk
just
about.
quickly. So just quickly, so you got to remember the words they use, yeah? They don't call us British citizens no more. They say members of the public or the general public. So somehow they've got us to consent to this member of this club that we have no knowledge about. We've got to stop using these words.
I never thought of that.
So obviously now, they can abuse your rights because when did we become a member?
There's a good.
To what as well? Like what I'm saying, what is this government? You know, if we are a member,
Is it a corporation again? Is it to do with the corporation?
Well, most definitely.
Let me scratch on that for you. So, you know these family courts, right? Going back to these family courts, right? This is what I found out recently. I forgot to tell you. So, the family solicitors, right? This is how they don't have your interest, right? Family solicitors swear an oath to the public and the bar. But when you employ them, you're a client. You're not member of the public. You are then a client. This is why they trick everybody, mate. My solicitor won't answer certain questions and know he's lying because he's still bound by law. And I asked him the question, like, you swear an oath to the bar and the public, that's correct, isn't it? He said, yeah. I said, but I'm your client, that's correct, isn't it? And he went silent. I said, so...
But you got to remember, my friend, once you get, look at the trick, right? They give you something called a legal aid certificate, yeah? You can't cash it. Only they can. And who's paying him? Remember, if the establishment is paying him, that's not your solicitor. That's theirs.
Yeah. Well, I know when my solicitor's lying because he doesn't tell me directly. He just goes blank. Now, I said, so, because one of my friends from America, I have on another platform that she's very private. Her dad is a very, very powerful person in America. I don't want to say what he is, but he's a very powerful person. Her sister was in England and she had the issue where she come away from the family and all that kind of stuff. I don't really want to go to private business, but she ended up finding herself with the family courts and they tried tricking her until they realised who her dad was. But she told me you need to be aware of the solicitors that you get legal aid in your country, like you just said. Yeah. The legal aid isn't for you. It's the council on the council. It's the council paying the solicitor, and the court is a council. The council is the social workers, and the solicitors getting paid by the council. He said so. It's just one big vicious circle. They're not for the public. She stated they're for the pub. They swear an oath to the bar and to serve the public. But once you employ them, you're a client. You need to distinguish what you need to make yourself clear with him. Am I a client or you serve me as the public? And he goes silent. He won't answer these questions.
Exactly. And then also as well, you got to remember, look at the name again. It's called a family court. They're not your family. They're making all these decisions. You've got to question, who are you?
You know something as well, I'll tell you this right now, God's honest truth, right? Do you know if a woman gets with a man, right, and you'll see this and you're probably like, someone will do 6 years in jail for saying this, so God, I'm not joking. Someone's actually in prison right now, 6 years for doing this. If a female gets with a man and the social services advise them not to, and the child alleges like something, then what will happen is the mother will get done, even if it's found out by law nothing happened. The social services will take the kid, and both of the parents will be convicted in a family court of doing something to the child.
Just one second.
Sorry, just quickly. You got to remember as well. Sorry, Rangy. Remember, it's called a hearing. Yeah, a part of another word for hearing. Yeah, is hearsay. They can say anything they want to. This is the thing. You've got to get them from the beginning, because once you consent to it, you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah. They can lie and get away with it.
Yeah. Just one second. I just want to. There's a comment there. Mahesh, I am a solicitor when and if required to be. Now, is that like a metaphor to say that you could be a solicitor when you want to, or is that saying that you're a solicitor and you're offering a service? If you could just clarify that, because there is people out there that are struggling. I just want anybody like that when they come on, if they could help. There are so many people coming forward in the country that need your help and support. I just wanted to put that out there.
And the common law thing doesn't work in the courts. We need to remind them of that, Randy. If they feel that they're going into them family courts using common law, that stuff does not work. There's two things you can do. There's two things you can do. You can walk up and touch the bench, right? That will pull it into your jurisdiction. You do not have to go down that common law shit. Or you say, I wish for my children to be returned immediately. It's the wording.
That's right. I wouldn't advise you to touch the bench, my friend. You'll get thrown in contempt.
Yes, I know, but but that can fuck the whole case up by doing that one thing. You will end up in jail. But you can say, I wish for my child to be returned immediately. Just say that one thing. I promise you, mate, it works.
You're right. But they speak legalese. They'll say something like, "Well, we'll consider it." And they'll avoid the yes answer.
Let me just get to. I hope my sister Cockroach. I hope she understands. There is a lot happening, but just remember that people are coming together, and any information you have, as far as I'm concerned, we will be getting it out there. It's our job to get it to the public, and there is solutions to all these problems as well. Number one, it starts with everybody waking up, coming together, because they've got.
They have woken up. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Ranji. There's been massive public money thrown at it for an inquiry. I don't know what the results of that inquiry are. I took part in it. And also it was debated, this Frank Beck case was debated in Westminster because so many high up council people were involved and other children. It wasn't just one children's home, it was about 10 that people were involved in it. And they said, oh, it's so serious, we will, and they promised they were doing this in-depth thing that would have consequences into the future for children to be safe.
Look, the reality is, with what you said, I think people need to wake up, acknowledge this. This is what I was coming to.
They lied.
They're liars. They're not going to do anything. They're running our government, our country, fraudulently. It's been hijacked by a group of mafias. Let's look at it as it is. People who just don't care who we are. We're cattle. They could rob, rape, steal, murder. Hey, we're going to investigate who? Their own friends, their own colleagues, their own corporate entities. And when it goes into a public inquiry, which should mean that the government pays for that public inquiry, not that the public need to. It's always stealing the public's money. Everybody, very shortly by the end of this, I'm going to give a statement of everybody ceasing all your council tax, everything. And I'm going to give you the grounds that you need to be doing it. You need to stand up for your rights. Okay, they're going to still target you. They're still going to bully you. They're still going to be dictators. There's no freedom of speech. There's no freedom here. Don't be thinking that we are modern democracy. We have something. No. We are the biggest hypocrites on earth. We are organized the largest child abuse scandals, and we're telling the whole world we are the leaders of safeguarding. They're the leaders of being the best liars possible. They could do criminal activities and try to cover it up. And they're fantastic in telling stories because, look, everything they make up, they go through their own entities on BBC News, ITV News, Sky News. They're telling stories. They should be really working for Hollywood and Bollywood. Wendy, that's what they need to be working for.
They're trained in psychology. They use open-ended questions, repetitive questioning and open-ended questions, right, until it suits, they can get us. So they'll ask you questions, right, and they'll be repetitive. If they don't get an answer, you don't give an answer, what they can't manipulate, they'll ask a repetitive question. And then what they'll do, they'll, like you say, it's a smoke screen, what's going on. It's an illusion. You feel that you're in democracy, human rights. You ain't got them. You're right.
No, they haven't. Look, we're going to get to that. Look, I'm just going to bring in something now. Sorry, Monica. I'm just going to bring somebody in now because I've learned people will have seen it on TikTok as well and other media platforms about what's been going on in Chelmsford in this college with children, with sex education, and a whole load more that you don't know about. I found out about it 3 days ago, and within 24 hours, I know the public members of the mothers had a protest. We actually had a team member that got themselves there to help and support. And let me tell you something, what we're finding is far so much more, and this is what it means. This is why I say to people need to get involved, because when people say something, go do your own research. Don't listen to Scooby-Dooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry from the government, because they just help pedophiles. So like it'll probably be their family member or somebody who's robbing, raping, abusing, and you want them to investigate. This is the biggest shambles I've ever seen. Go do it yourself. But I've got somebody on here now. Keita, thank you very much for joining. Keita, can you hear me on the top?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, right. Okay. No, that's the wrong person, but it's all right. And that's what I was talking about. I punched the wrong one in, but it's all right. I'll get back to them, because this story that I was talking about is absolutely horrific. It's all to do with also that they're not telling you about, which I could give you drip bits of it, not fully, because I want to go through the course of it and get it into the public arena and then get it to court. They are actually trying to push kids in messing about with each other. And these are autistic children. These are children who are having learning difficulties. I hope people understand that. And they're pushing this kind of agenda on these people. It's not good at all. Kita, I was just going to come to you. You've just dropped now. I don't know what happened there.
Can I just say something? Remember the other day, yeah? Isn't it funny when I passed that message about that woman who's explained what's going on in these things? Remember when I said to you, right, that woman got her child kept coming home tired and she was sore, and then they tested her and she had GHB inside of her, in her urine. The doctors have all gone silent, and then we find out about that the next day. How crazy is that?
Well, you see, with what they've been doing to children, look, these schools are very dangerous now. We already know social workers being in the departments and trying to take children, okay, by manufacturing and getting the teachers to collude with them. They do. Did any, and this is straightforward now, does anybody know about children going through these heinous crimes here? The school knew about it, but they stayed quiet because they were rubbing shoulders with the social workers. They will throw our children in front of the bus. I've already started exposing all the school teachers, so welcome school teachers. Don't think you got some exemption notices. Okay, I don't give a damn about your exemption notices. Come and do something about it. Every school needs to be outed now in public. And more importantly, when we know where it is, who's doing it, you need to cease contact with these corporate businesses. Don't be fooled by them saying, oh, sorry, we'll do some investigation. No, you clean your shit up, and then we'll see we're going to work with you. Don't you tell us what to do with our children, not your children. Because a lot of people are actually confused. They're thinking, oh, there's a birth certificate that says that they own our children. Now look, any piece of document you get, any piece of document, did anybody know that that's what it said in the document, and that's what it means, that you're handing your child over to this sadistic criminal government? Nobody knew about it. We thought it was just a process of, so this was done by fraud, by deception, which means it has no value. Stop thinking about, oh, it's a birth certificate. They can stick that birth certificate where the sun doesn't shine. It doesn't mean anything. Your babies are your babies. Your daughter's your daughter. Don't be fooled that they own them. They don't own nothing. These psychopaths. They don't own our children. They don't own our sisters, our daughters. This is what you need to wake up with. This is a reality, and this is why, if you only knew what he was saying is, we're going into the fictional world. Stop going into the fictional world. We're in the real world. It's our babies, and we will fight against you corporate criminal organizations. Never mind, oh no, we are somebody special. There's nothing special. Well, we know what you're special at, and we own up to it. We know you're professionals as well. You're professionals in lying. You're professionals in doing crimes and framing parents. We know that. And we know you're absolutely fantastic telling stories. We accept that. But don't be telling us that you know something about safeguarding children, child protection. Get a grip of themselves. And everybody needs to wake up to this. These are fact findings. And you don't even need to speak to me. You can speak to your local area. And people are waking up in every town and city. There's not a town and city. You know, once upon a time, you might have been able to say to me something like, hey, where's this happening, Rangy? And I would have said to you, it's happening in Middlesbrough. It's happening in Stockton-on-Tees, Thornaby, Hartlepool. I could have said that. Now it's easy for me to say to you, you tell me where is it not happening. And until today, not one person in the country, in Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and UK, can tell me where it's not happening, because they all know it's happening in every town and city. And every time they do something, we need to get louder, not silenter. And I want you to understand this. Now, there's two problems here. When a parent speaks up, they get intimidated, they get threatened, they get blackmailed. Stay silent, don't put a complaint in, or you'll get a criminal record. Then they blackmail them with taking their children. This is the sadistic criminal mafia, legally, or not legally, but they legally, how they're stealing our babies, and we're staying silent. So this is a message for all those who are not in that remit, all those who are independent, all those children who have grown up that don't have a child that they're going to rob and rape and blackmail you. You want evidence of all these criminal activities taking place with social services. The police knew about it, the MPs knew about it, the chief executives, the directors, the chief commissioners of police. Everybody knows about it, but nobody's doing nothing about it. So who are they? See, if they do a crime, they've got to pay a price and do the time. And in law, if there's no justice, there's no law. And if there's no law, I'm asking everybody, who are these muppets? Who are now even to the degree of who are the judges? Did you know all this what I spoke about? Did you know that if anybody defends these and they say they're telling the truth, these blame the judges for all these crimes that took place? Well done, judges. And this is why I say loyalty does not pay. But seeing as though you're on the paycheck, I want to know who's going to jail. I don't care about it. And I don't want to say, who is sorry? No. When you were abusing our children, our children were just babies. Did you have any mercy? There's no difference between the social services abusers, police officers, abusers, judges who know about this, that stayed silent, abusers, than the difference between a pedophile. No difference. If there's a law, there's got to be one law. You can't change the law. But do you remember? We have a perfect law. We have a good law. But the problem is nobody's implementing it. It's two-tier policing. This is the real two-tier policing. People nonsense out there talking about, oh no, there's a two-tier policing. Minorities are getting, what do you mean minorities? The minorities are persecuted. I'll give you a live example. For 14 months now, been getting targeted, attacked, slagged, slated, intimidated, threatened, everything. The police know about it. That's two-tiering because the other people are white. You see? But let me make it clear. I don't care if they're white. All I know is they're sick people. That's all I see. They're sick people. And they are. It's all coming out. After a while, you get to see the dots. And they're all starting to be linked with a councillor, MP, mayor, a paedophile on the streets that they help and support, including drug dealers. And they want to talk about, we know best, they say. We know best, they say. We are investigators. You get a name as investigator, but it doesn't mean anything. You might as well get a Blue Peter badge. It doesn't mean you're a detective. These people need to grow up. So it's not good enough. Any cover-ups need to face consequences. 100%, Lacey. They all need to pay the price. If there's a law, they need to pay the price. And look, they're not going to do anything. They're going to ignore it. They're going to keep, look at Manchester police. They've been raping women in there. Women have came forward. They're just looking the other way. Oh, we don't know about it. The camera footages has all disappeared. This is all a scam. Everybody knows this is a scam, a fraudulent scam. Who is the police? The police is not our government neither. Treat them like the dogs they are. Now, let me explain to you why I'm calling them the dogs. The people who are controlling them are telling everybody that they're the dogs. And the police, instead of being professional, are behaving like the dogs. In other words, ignore anything to do with rapes. And every police officer ignores it now. So what do you mean there's nothing tangible, real about them? And that doesn't mean every police officer is a bad person now. A lot of police officers, a lot of social workers who are good, they don't know nothing about what we're talking about. It's only when they meet some real people like myself and when they see some real evidence, they think, oh shit, now we know what this is all about. And do you know what happens? Then it's a time ticking bomb for me. It's a matter of time before they're sacked, removed, sent on the sick. Sacked, removed, sent on the sick. And this is what I find with them all the time. But, you know, I need people to understand these are all real things that are happening. Schools, a major problem. And somebody mentioned have our own people on the streets, looking out for our people. Yes, 100%. I 100% believe that. And one of the organizations that I'm working with at the moment that I'll be pushing in is the Rapid Response Team. There's a lot of work to be done. And this is why I need people to come together. Because we are having a database, everything is going to be put together, and it'll be a case you will have a number. It won't be 666, or sorry, the other way around, sorry, it's 999. Yeah, it won't be that number. It'll be a public number that you could call, and we will have a rapid response team turn up to you like that. But we need people in every town and city, because the police have been aiding and abetting. They are the ones that have been going to schools or homes and taking children with fabricated lies of information, helping to steal our babies. So what do you call them? Our law enforcement, our first line of defense. Does this look like our first line of defense, or does it look like the corporate company's first line of defense? Have a good think about that. So this is what we need to do. Before you say something, what progress has been made, mate? Hud, I'm not sure what was the, yes, was asked, what do you mean? So-called pre-program, yeah. Yeah, so we need to have our own, I mean, rapid, well, we've already got a rapid response team. I'm trying to work with them, and we're trying to have a mapping system. We're trying to do that for the whole Wales, Ireland, Scotland, and UK. And anytime anything happens, we'll have our own team of people go out. And we need people in every town and city. Look, the faith of the police is finishing. It's all coming out now that they've been committing fraud. All they've been doing is stealing your taxpayers' money, and this is where it comes to your taxes. Eventually, I'll be telling everybody, cease all your taxes, because it's not going to your government. It's going to private corporate companies who are ignoring us while we're intimidated, threatened, blackmailed. Our children are physically, emotionally, psychologically, sexually abused, and a shitload more. How they're doing it? They love manufactured documents, manufactured concerns, manufactured grants against the vulnerable in order to steal our children. Then they pass our children on, and it becomes child trafficking. You see which way do you want me to go? Which way do you want me to rip them a new backside out? It's all illegal what they're doing. And we need to speak up. And I'm urging everybody to speak up. And look, no point holding back. Look, some people probably think, hey, look, you're saying all this. Where's the evidence? And look here. For any clarity, please get in touch. I'm speaking English. Actually, hang on. Morningstar, can you repeat that as well? Because let's get it from everybody. Because sometimes I think to myself, people are not understanding my English. And
we've got to get them to wear body cam cameras. That's what we need
to get absolutely body cam cameras, but this is we're getting them to get body camera. What we need to now lead towards is to get these out of the system, kick them out to the gutters, because they're not worth what it's written on. Have our own communities, our own organizations in each town and city to look after the vulnerable, not these corporate companies. Is finished. That time you can't negotiate. Look what the Sister Cockroach said earlier on. They're going to investigate. They're going to do something. They promised Man, they've been promising decade after decade after decade after decade, and go through 30, 40, 50 years, and they're still saying, oh, we'll sort it out. This is a criminal system. Criminal people.
And they tried to call it a civil. They don't get involved in civil matters, so they say, innit, the police.
The police don't know what civil and fucking criminal is. You see, when it comes to, we don't get into civil matters, they always help and aid and abetting with bailiffs to go and take properties of somebody who's fully paid for, and they own £500. Oh no, we're going to take a $500,000, $250,000 property off you. Oh no, wait, the police, they behave like gangsters. Now the police could deal with themselves, but social workers is finished. No, we can get rid of social services, which is what you need to focus on. You all, the public, need to do this. You need to come together and deal with this, because how are you going to trust them? How are you going to trust social services? Let me explain to you. In the 60s, they were taking children of vulnerable mothers by saying, oh, you're not married. You should be married. We can't take any of your children. And they took tens of thousands of children, never to be seen again. Okay, now let's just move forward a little bit. A decade, 2 decades in the late 80s. What was it? Hey, it's all right. Children, go out there, sleep about, no problem. We pushing and we encouraging what? Single mothers, single mothers, single mothers. So they encourage that. The same system. Okay? And then back in the late 90s, in the 2000s now, what have they done? Oh, single mothers, they can't look after a child, so we're taking the children. Well, which one is it? You see, they do it and they change it every so often, so they misguide, mistreat the members of the community, the nation, right? And then when the exploitation starts taking place and happening, then they take the children. Then look at what's been happening with this pedophiles. They're not going to investigate. They should be, but they're not going to, because we give them the control. And yet, really, in reality, they don't have no control. They have no control over none of us. We are higher above them. Social services are our puppets. They better behave and do their job, including the judges. The judges are there to do an independent judge. Now, I am telling everybody, wait and look. Put the team members, put them 2 court cases number up here. Have a look at my TikTok. There's a court case number I've put on there. Everything I'm talking about here, covering up the rape, information, etc., committing perjury, manufactured documents, manufactured concerns. There's a case there. You put it up and start with MB. It's in Middlesbrough. Okay? Then the next court case is a gagging order that they're trying to gag people speaking up about why you stopping allowing their criminal activity to take place, the abuse of children to happen, and covering up the rapes. There's the gagging order. There you go. Check it out. We're not holding back, and this is live right now. And anybody who wants to see evidence, come forward. Challenge. Nobody wants to come forward. And trolls, idiots out there, man, I wouldn't waste my time with you to give you any evidence. You manufacture crap. You must be related to the pedophiles or the corruption. You manufacture crap for a living. It's unbelievable. So real people, come forward. You know, every single councillor, MP, mayor, detective, sergeant with half a brain cell has woke up to the real world. But yet people are out there doing the complete opposite. What a shambles. What a shame. And you know what? Today I'm actually finding there's a load of women out there that are allowing and want, and which is the exact word, they want women and children to be abused out there because they're targeting campaigners by manufacturing documents, manufacturing concerns, manufacturing crap. But because they're a woman, the women will support them. Man, what's the matter with you people? We don't care what color, creed, religion, title. And what I should have said, I don't care about your damn sex neither. Nowhere it says in the law that you could be a woman, you could commit perjury, manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, cover up children's abuse, to let the abuser to abuse them. Get a grip of yourself. And then they say, oh, we don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? There's an issue with these people, these sick tyrants. And this is, you know, when I talk like this, oh no, he's sexist. What's sexist about this? There's nothing sexist about this. There's nothing wrong with what I'm saying. because I'm speaking the truth. It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts you. The women out there. Ooh, look at that. There's a man, he's calling out the women. Ooh, man, if you were so stupid, look, this is how bad they are. If you want to protect these 6 psychopaths, see, they blamed it on the judges. Do you know the judges? They're women. So Judge Matthews is a criminal then. Well done. Which way are you going to go now? You stupid, pathetic people. See, this is the tyrants, the wrong ones out there. Because they're always listening in. Because they're thick as pig shit. And they want to have dialogues. I can't have dialogues with people that are mentally not stable. You understand? I really can't. It's beyond, for me to have conversations with people like this, I've really got to have a blast in my brain. I've got to lose maybe 1 billion brain cells to come to that level to even comprehend what kind of crap they talk about. I don't need to, and this is why I just protect myself. Lord, let me get to you now. I've said a lot there because I'm actually going to quickly make something, a coffee as well. Because, you know, when people, this is all about waking people up. People need to wake up. Rapes are taking place. Our children are stolen by a corporate company in broad daylight, and they're not our government. What are you letting them steal our children for? Let the judges come forward now. I'm holding the judges accountable now. What are the judges going to do? We are the law. You're not the law. You remember we were talking earlier on about the law, and somebody said common law doesn't. Man, I don't give a shit which way you watch it or look at it. Legalese, the common law, criminal law. I couldn't care less. I'm talking about fact findings. Where they committed the crime, our children, the babies are paying the price and doing the time, while the parents were strung up by the crimes of what they did. Who's taking the rap? That's what I want. I want to know who's going to jail. And if it means me fighting all of this, come on. And people, I'm hoping a lot more fathers start doing what I'm doing, because they need to wake up to this, because it is very, very awful. Absolutely shocking. Lord, did you want to add on anything there, young man?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that it won't be seen on the news or, you know, on any TV or newspaper or anything like that. But there's ways of finding out things, and when it comes out, there's going to be a lot more coming out. I promise you that. And it's going to happen very soon, I think. Not, you know, in the next few weeks, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to go too much of that side of it. I know what you said, but one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you, the members of the public, power to stand a fight. In this fight, you don't have to worry about, there's nothing, look, remember, it's just another human being. There's nothing special about them. Nothing special about the police. Nothing special about the judges. Nothing special about any of these people in these corporate companies. It's about information. You want to beat them with a stick? You're talking to the right person. You want evidence to beat them with a stick all day long, every day of the week, twice of the weekend? Make your way down. Don't hold back. We have children now speaking up and down the country. We have grandparents who are breaking silence. We have people coming out the system who are breaking silence. Whistleblowing everywhere. The government knows this coming to an end, and now they're going to steal a lot more children because it's narcissistic, sick disease. Bastards. I'm sorry, my team members probably look at me there because they said to me, trying not to use...
I agree with you because they're into electricians, and they deal with cabal, you know.
Yeah, well...
Please.
Firebird, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my sister. Did you have a question or a comment?
I just want to just give you a little insight. This has been going for many generations. I was put in the arches on a mattress when I was 5, up until I was, I think, 11. Then they put me on the beat, and then I got arrested on the beat, and I got done for soliciting. And then as soon as I got arrested, they stopped, because they tracked me all over the country. I would run away, and there would always be someone waiting for me at Victoria. So this is not something new. This is something that has been going on for generations. It's just coming out more now, and there's more people like you, like bringing attention to it. It's very well organized people and very well established families. Very well established people and families where they cover each other's back. You know, it's very hard to get any kind of conviction. I live in a very small town that's run by Freemasons, and I'm not going to go into detail what's happening in my family, but it's very similar to what happened to me. Thank you for your time.
No, sister, thank you very much for joining us, for the insight of what you've mentioned. I know you're a grandparent yourself. If there's anything we could do, try to private message. Actually, just go through here, because that's all private, confidential.
I know I'm getting like a lot of therapy now, and it's very painful. It's actually physically very painful trying to heal. Obviously, I've got fibromyalgia, PTSD, and I've got ongoing trauma with my own family. It's like a generational curse almost. But I'm good.
Yeah, sister, but just remember this, you're not alone, and we do find this is happening up and down. And this is one of the reasons why I'm saying to everybody, they need to wake up, they need to start uniting, not don't be divided, because the people like this, look what she said, this is a mother and a grandmother, she's struggling, she's went through heinous issues and problems herself. Now her family is also going to be targeted as well, because the people aren't awake. We need to start coming together, and these bunch of morons, these Freemasons, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Illuminatis, these are all shit shows. That's all they are. They're just gangsters. That's all they are. Remember that. There's nothing special about them.
All the judges are paedophiles.
Well, this is the thing. So now it's our job now, or what I'm doing is I'm going through the shaft, a shit kind of thing. We're going through it all. We're finding out all the wrongers. We're going to bring them all out. They're not going to like what I'm doing, but I'm not there to be liked. Okay?
No,
I'm there to do the right thing.
Lifting.
Say again, my sister?
The veil is definitely lifting.
Oh, the veil's definitely lifting, and we make sure we lift it properly. So everyone, this is where everybody needs to play that part. And there's nothing, I'm telling you, see, here's the thing. If you really knew what I knew, and you had the evidence of what I had, you would be doing a lot more than what I'm doing. And I was going through this afternoon. The only reason I'm not doing a lot more than what I'm doing is only because I'm like got caught in a situation where I've got a burden of a nation now.
Yeah,
I'm not only
part of the hunting community, and sadly, the hunting community is full of nonsense and wrong-uns.
Yeah,
and like they hide it in plain sight. You know, it's like, so even a community that's meant to be there to try and save children, they're not about that. They're glory hunters. Absolutely,
glory hunters. 100% I agree with you. But the point that I wanted to make was, I'm going to continue. Remember the statement we made at the beginning, which was real. Hey, checks, get yourself back in the box. Oh, be right back. Okay, be right back. Was we don't care what colour, creed, religion, title, and we mean that. This is what it's all about. And we people, we need to come together. You know what I mean? And people are. There's a massive global awakening. This is exactly what Law was bringing up a short while ago. People are awake. It's just people don't know what to do. Now, to learn what to do is we need to start coming and looking for the solutions. Verbally, I've just said to you there, we don't need social services no more. Okay? And we really don't need the police because they've sold us out. All these two are doing is taking your taxpayers' money to fund themselves and covering up other people's rapes and crimes, including their friends and families in their departments. Now we're in a situation where you could have paedophiles employed in the police stations, in the school teachers, in the caretakers. Well, what the hell is this? What happened to safeguarding? It was a monopoly that they were putting together.
For that reason.
No, 100%. I totally agree with you. 100%. And this is where people need to really get involved. Morning Star, I'm going to get you in if you don't mind. I want you to, if there's anything you wanted to add to Firebird, while I'm just going to put the kettle on.
Yes, like what I said, you were saying earlier, Ranji, that you got to let these people know that these are your children. It's called family court for a reason. And they try to get themselves and swivel in a contract and bamboozle you to believe that they're part of your family, and they're not. I always say to them, if my child needs a heart, liver, kidney, or blood transfusion, where are you going to get it from? And they can't answer you. These are the questions you have to ask them, which they hate. They can only attach themselves to you through risk and urgency. And they try to get you to prove, that you're not dangerous. In all actuality, they're dangerous. And you got to be very careful about the words you use, because they can twist them around. Obviously we all know that legalese is a mixture of English, Latin, and an encrypted language. Don't let these people tell you anything. They got to start wearing body cameras instead of telling you to write everything down. And God forbid, if you haven't, you haven't finished school, I wouldn't advise anybody to write anything down. They'll just twist it around. If you do write it down once. If they tried to get you to speak to him, just say, look, just read my position statement. And they hate that. They say, well, can't you just say a few words? You say, no, just read off the paper. So, Lord, did you see that thing I sent you the other day? The guy when he was in court, and he tried to push he tried to walk in there with his camera, and he went up to the bench and he just pushed the case law in front of the judge's face, and the judge just locked him up, threw him in contempt. Absolute cowards, these people.
It's crazy how they can lie and manipulate. Even the rules the rules of engagement within the family courts, they don't abide to them. The social services, it applies to you, but not to them.
Exactly. And then sometimes, if you're in depending on what it is, a custody dispute, they put the local authority verse. And then sometimes they take them off and try to get you that you're arguing with your partner. And they're there to resolve it when it's actually them.
What you can do is put in ChatGPT. You can put do not use. I want you to write a letter to social services. Do not use open-ended questions or any words that can be manipulated in legalese. You can tell these AI smart softwares anything now, and they can talk. They can actually manipulate the situation to your favor. You can do that. I've seen people doing that just recently. I don't know if people know about that. No,
you're right. But I'm glad you brought that point. Now, you see in these, whatever they are, they like to say they're courts. I don't believe. I just think it's a stage arena. They like to use something called transcripts. Now, I was very fascinated with transcripts. And if you actually break down the word transcripts, trans means to transfer, change, from transatlantic. So they change it, and a script is something what they use in Hollywood. So when you get the transcript, the courts send the audio to these transcript companies, and they write it with humans. And I said to them, why don't you just use AI, like what you said? Or what's the other thing they use? It's word for word, audio description. So basically, a human being, they can just basically take certain words out and change them to their advantage. So I don't believe in transcripts. They won't give you the power to record because they believe that they own copyrights, publishing rights, and trademark. And you always should ask them, well, how do you own copyrights to my case? And they don't answer you.
Family courts now, you're allowed to have papers in there now. Do you know this has been going on for a little while now? My barrister's told me that he's not seen or heard, and there's not been one case in the courts that we're in where the papers have turned up to document any case. And he's been involved in some very, very serious cases. And he said there's not been one papers. And I was like, why? Because my barrister's a good guy. He's not for the system. He's like, I was with them for many years, and I'm disgusted in what I witnessed. I was disgusted in it. I said, I'm a granddad, I'm an uncle. He said that, I treat you like you're my family. And don't believe me, I know what's being said. We're not all like that. And I believe that. They abide by the laws. They're bound by laws, but legal and lawful are two different things, aren't they?
Exactly. That's right. 100%. Absolutely unlawful. What's his name? He said it. It says something about script, author of the script. That's it. They refer to the local authority as authors, which is a dangerous word. Now, author writes two types of books: fiction and fact. But you're right, and that's the thing. But that word again, they always refer to statements as papers, and I don't like that. Paper could mean anything, innit? Or the bundle.
Yeah, the criminal organised gang, and they need stopping, and they all need hold accountable. Historic and current cases need going over by the public. The public need to investigate all of these crimes because of the pain and suffering that these criminals have caused. It is horrendous. You know something? I'm not lying. Up by the Courtenay areas, every time we go past, there's fresh flowers, and I was assuming it was the same person. It's not. They're different people every time we go there. Every time we go there, someone's killed themselves outside these family courts. Makes me feel sick and angry. It's horrible.
Cool. And because they even say to you, innit, well, one can only possibly imagine how incredibly frustrating this must be. They know what they're doing to you.
Yeah.
Because obviously the mixture of languages, the flip over from fact to fiction to fact.
Yeah.
Good evening, guys. I got 30 seconds before I have to go because first thing, right, is we're too soft on our laws. Yeah? And that's as simple as it is, right? Second thing is, right, the government needs to accept what's been going on, irrespective of color, creed, religion. If someone's doing something to children, then it needs to be brought out. You can't hide it, yeah? Why did the Labour government or whoever it was, when these things happen, hide it? Yeah? I don't care what colour, creed, religion you are. I don't make a difference. Children are children, and that's the biggest thing. They are our future. If you start doing things wrong to them, what's going to happen to them? Yeah? So this is where I'm coming from, guys. So it's that simple, right? One, law's too soft. The people who are doing it, the laws too soft, are do far worse things that you don't want to know. Yeah? So there you go, guys. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot.
Lord Uncle, before you go to the first one,
enjoy yourself, guys.
I'm just going to add on for you. The second one, the reason why they don't want to do investigations, I hope you're still listening. The reason why they don't want to do no investigations is because they're going to find out what's really been happening. So this is part of divide and conquer. What they've been doing in public media is they want to just target a certain minority group instead of the big one. So with it gone past 9 o'clock, let me give you some live examples. Okay, I've got a list in front of you here, and now we're going to start from the top, not the people in the bottom, but on the top. We got Andrew Palmer, Labour Party, elections, agent serving his third prison term for multiple counts of paedophilia. We got Malcolm Ford, Labour councillor, a head teacher for Skelmersdale and West Lancashire District Council, received 15 years prison for child rape. Now, none of you have heard of this, but here's things that they don't want you to know about. And yet there's a whole load more coming yet. So I'll give you another one. Labour Party councillor, Terry Power, Labour Party councillor in Diggingham, arrested for charge with raping homeless children. Raping homeless children. So we've got homeless children that the state and they don't help and support. And then these in positions of power have been doing this. Okay, let's go more. Peter McLangling, Labour Party chairman of Stanley Town Council, admitted raping a male child. Another one, Michael Toombs, Labour Party councillor nominee of school governor, arrested for child porn and child grooming. John Murray, Labour Lord Mayor, sexual assault on a child. Graham White, Labour Party councillor, guilty of filming a child doing sex acts. Filming a child doing... Okay. Raymond Court, Labour Party, Labour County Council, arrested for multiple child rape along with his own son. Okay, they don't leave anybody. Anybody will do for these. Lee Benson, Labour Party councillor, found guilty of child pornography images found on his computer. We go for that was Lee Benson. Jonathan Phillips, Labour councillor, found guilty of child porn found on his memory stick. Joseph Shaw, Labour councillor, caught with child abuse images. Torrin Smith, Labour Party councillor, guilty of 90,000 images of children being raped. Stuart Brown, Labour Lord Mayor, guilty, distributing sickening images of child abuse over the internet. So you see where this is going? And this is only, I think maybe I read about 10 or 12 there. There's thousands of these people in the position of power, and then you're wondering, oh, and this is what the narrative was all about. So this was just to answer that guy's question, or give them an add-on while they pushing the narratives one direction, confusing everybody. Oh, is that going to be? No, this is why everybody, all the Muslim community, Pakistan, 99.9% of them, all of them, voted for the public inquiry. Why won't they do it? Because they are in on the child abuse scandal and they want to point one direction. How does the devil work? You've seen me do this before. Hey, look what's happening over here. Look over here. While they themselves are robbing, raping, stealing, child trafficking over here. So wake up, public. Wake up. And I could go on. I've gave you some there. I don't want people to feel sick about what I'm presenting, but I'm going to do a lot more yet. So I think this is where normally law would turn around and say, something about the names, which he's not going to do it yet. We'll probably do it in the next lot of it. I'm hoping people understand what I'm saying. I want to keep it also amicable with everybody else. If anybody wants to ask any questions, wants to have an input, feel free. It's an open platform. I've got no issues or problems with anything, okay? We need to get the public to wake up because, look, I'm going to fight whether you like it or not. I'm going to fight for every daughter, every sister, every mother. People, if they don't like me because they want to work with some stupid racially motivated psychopath, that propaganda, go do it. But one thing I'll reassure every one of these propaganda muppets, you're not going to win anything because the public is awake. The whole communities are awake. And everybody, whether they're black, white, it doesn't matter what color, creed, religion, they could see the light now. They know who the perpetrators are. And they're going to start calling all of these out very soon. Don't you worry about it. The police all know about this, but the police are looking the other way. So I need people to understand everything I'm talking about. You know, if they want to help, I'll be grateful. If they don't want to help, at least get the hell out of my way. Don't play games. This is not a game show. If you want to play a game show, I could give you some trolls you could go into their shows. They do games. What they do is like the authorities manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes, then they'll try to get used to fight amongst each other. This is what they do. Don't fall for these small-minded, narrow... I can't think like them, you see. I've literally got to lose a few billion brain cells to bring my... I've got to lose at least 50% of IQ in my head to come down to their level. And I don't want to go down to their level. People need to wake up to this. So if anybody wants any clarity to what we've been talking about, what I'm talking about here, even the list of the MPs, you want the names, you want me to send you it, I'll send you it. You want evidence of them framing parents for crimes that they did in order to get their dirty little paws on our babies? Come forward, don't hold back. There's nothing to hold back with. Remember, this is that nation we used to hear about one child mistreated, abused, in difficulties, across the ocean into another continent. And we used to stand together as one. We used to raise our voice. What's happened to us today? It's happening in every town, every city, by these corporate businesses. What's holding you back? What loyalty have you got with these perpetrators? I need people to understand this. And don't get me, and I need you to all to understand, there are tens of thousands of social workers that are coming forward, tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of police officers are waking up. And this information that I'm talking about, did you know MI5 know about it? And they just look the other way. MI6 knows about it. They look the other way. What are they doing about it? Nothing. You know, the only person that's not been to make any communications or talk about me is the one that you would see in movies before. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? If you didn't, he goes under the title 007. Ta-da! Yeah, what's the matter with them? They got these titles. What are they there for? They're brilliant at making movies and tantalizing, telling everybody we are the best of the best of what? Making movies, yes, you are. In the fictional work, you're really, really good. I agree. And Law will, and everybody, we agree with that. But what the hell, in the real world, I think you've lost the battle. I think you're a bit, very, very shambles in that side of it. So I'm going to keep bringing more and more people in as they request. I'm going to get a bit. Shami, I just accepted your request. I don't know why it's not letting me get you in, or it's not letting you in anyway. So, you know, people need to wake up. Law, I don't know whether maybe you want me to make you feel a little bit more dizzy and give you another 10 names. What do you think? Morning Star, what do you think? Because I was going through this list, I only gave, I think, about 12. I've got a massive list in front of me. I could keep exposing these, which I'm not going to hold back with. And everybody's gone quiet a little bit. Law's gone quiet. Morning Star's gone quiet. Is that because I talk too much? I can slow down and give you a lot more time. I'm happy with that. Neil, can you hear me?
Got the list in front of you. Yeah, name a few more, buddy.
Okay, I'll name a few more then, shall we? So let's go for Liam Temple. We got Liam Temple, Labour Lord Mayor, guilty of inciting a child in his home into acts of gross indecency. So he's a Labour Lord and Mayor. This is what you call lords, eh? What a joke. So let me go a little bit more. We got Mark Burton, Labour councillor, guilty of molesting a child at a party, also caught with child pornography. So he goes to children's parties. So I'm not even going to give you no commentary. I'm just going to read it. You just take it and absorb it yourself, because it's going to be too much for me to do that. Neil Redrip, Labour councillor, 4 months prison for using a spy camera to film a child on his toilet in his flat. I think this must be mixed up in the list, but sorry, I think I've gotten this one before. David Spooner, Labour councillor, 12 months prison for indecency in front of 2 children. Martin Lockling, Labour councillor, 12 years.
Brother, 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Shami, I said to you before, I seen your message. I said I will remind him about your message. Can you keep on repeating yourself in the comments? Thank you. Okay, much appreciation.
Okay, what was his question? I'll do him first.
No, it's just that he said he sent you a message and you haven't responded. I said that I will remind you about it. So he doesn't have to keep on repeating it in a comment.
Or a private message?
On Facebook. He said he's messaged you on Facebook, and I said I'll remind you later to get back to him.
Remind me after.
So he doesn't need to keep on. Yeah, so he doesn't need to keep on repeating it in the comments. Thank you.
Yeah, just put it in there. What is your name on Facebook? Just so I know what I'm looking at. Or if you could just put it in the messages so he gives that, so I'll get to it. Okay, so let me move forward. I've got Les Shepherd, Labour councillor, 10 years for molesting 3 children in County Durham. Easton, Iestyn, Easton, Jude, Tudor Davies, Labour councillor, 7 years prison for raping a 9-year-old girl in South Wales. Gilbert Ben, Labour councillor, 5 years prison for molesting 11-year-old child. Alan Prescott, Labour councillor, 2 years prison for molesting children in his care. Nicholas Green, Labour councillor, Labour Lord, another one. Labour Lord Mayor, 10 years prison for raping and molestation of 3 children between 6 and 10 years old. Now, look, I want you to understand, I'm giving you the Labours. There is a list: Conservative, Tories, you know, the Money Party earlier, the Green Party. All these are different names, same crap, but in different things. And they all got an tendency, they lie and lie and lie. Shit falls out of their mouth. It's like it's just normal, natural, because we are not doing something about it. Okay? So please, everybody, wake up, see what's happening in this system. So let me move on a little bit more, because that was another 10. Let's go into...
Like it's a bit of a prerequisite to be an MP. You seem to want to, you know, it must be one of the questions on the entrance. Do you like nonsense children? What's going on?
Yeah, 100%. This is what I was saying earlier. I mean, they're employing people who are doing this sick and stuff, and people can't even... Look, wake up, public. We are run by a bunch of nonsense. Okay? That doesn't mean everybody is a nonce. Remember that. There's a lot of good people out there. But we have a lot of nonsense. Now we could prove this. You could prove this. I'm proving this right now with facts. But the first time I came across this was in 2011, in November, when the first time I learned that they were trying to legalize sex at the age of 13. Can you imagine that? Our parliament trying to legalize sex at the age of 13. At the time, I caused a riff about it to all different communities around me. I was telling everybody. And do you know what? Every community said, hey, Rangy, it's not going to happen. We're not going to listen to that. We're not going to tolerate that. No. They missed the point. You missed the plot. You missed everything. The point I was making then was, look, I understand we're not going to allow it, but which paedophile... You see that paedophile ring, paedophile thought process, or a paedophile came up with that idea in the House of Parliament to begin with to try to legalize it. This is how they've now got away with what they're teaching in our school: filth, a disease, sickness. They're telling us that the kids could have sex with each other. Is this what it's come to? They're legalizing pedophilia in this country. And very soon the whole aim is, when this starts being normal, they're going to start raping our children, and nobody's not going to be able to do nothing about it because you've gone along with it. And people wake up. In the way I see it, our old generation, when you mess about with a kid, you've heard of the saying, bitch slapping? It's bitch slapping time. You understand? Something's going to get done. Now, that doesn't mean physically. It could be also through the courts, prosecutions. It needs to be done. But who's prosecuting them? Who's allowing all this happening? Look at the way the problems that we're faced with in the system itself, with the judges. It's not acceptable. It's too much. It's illegal. So just hope people understand that. I can't remember where I was on this list. I know there's somebody just popped on.
It was a Labour, I think. I think it was Labour. Yeah.
Right. Joe Cakes, if you just give me a moment, let me just read off a little bit more and I'll come straight back to you. Because I'm going to eventually have to hit all this list tonight as much as I can. So I'll give you another one. We have Nicholas Green, Labour Lord. I think, did I do that one? Yes, I did. Okay. Sam Sam Chudry, Labour Lord Mayor, sent to prison for multiple rape of children as young as 5 years old. They like little babies, don't they? Dirty, filthy. We got now here's a female for you, so don't think females are exempt. We've got a female list as well. Susan Smith, Labour councillor, Lambert, 18-month imprisonment, prison for raping a minor in her transvestite lover's flat. See now it brings up what you've all allowed this to happen to this country. All these titles that they've been trying to legalize. Look what's happened. Man, I've got no objections. People want to be gay, transvestite, call themselves a Christmas tree or Mickey Mouse. I don't care. But just don't bring that stuff onto our kids. Our kids are children. They need to be learning the basics of life, not about what sex you are and how you could change it. That's the filth we don't want into our schools, okay? Into our teaching. So if you go into that side of it, look, we in England we have a saying, live and let live. You crack on with it. Nobody's arguing with you with that. But don't bring that to our babies. And take that seriously. Anybody who doesn't, you're part of a sickness. Stay the F away from our babies. Okay? Hang on. Darren Pedley, Labour councillor and school teacher, arrested by police on child porn charges. Yusuf Azad, Labour representative of London Mayor Ken Livingstone on the GLA, arrested on child porn charges. Samuel Gamblin, Labour Party spin doctor making child pornography and accessing child porn websites. Will Smith, Labour councillor, leader, arrested over child pornography. Philip Leon, Labour Party advisor and aide to Tony Blair. A lot of Tony Blairs are coming up, by the way. Advisor and aide to Tony Blair was caught making child pornography. Tim Russo, Labour Party advisor, is a convicted paedophile child abuser. Ian Rankin, Labour Party candidate, guilty of making horrific child porn movies. Look at the level they're going into. So this will bring you the link into the pornographic industry. Mark Trotter, Labour activist for 2 Labour councils raped children whilst diagnosed with AIDS. So he knows he had AIDS, and being part of 2 councils was going around doing that with children. Okay, please, my brothers and sisters, wake up. I could keep appealing it until you don't wake up. I'm going to have to keep fighting. Who is fighting, who is going to stand up, is going to keep moving forward. But if everybody come forward, you might be able to save a child. It only starts with one. For each person that's listening, just starts with one. It could be in your local town, in your local city. You could help the young mothers, the grandmothers, the sisters, the daughters of somebody. Because especially the grown-ups, when they're going through this, it's just unbelievably unbearable. And the suicide rate is going through the roof. Do you not want to help and save them? This is regardless of your colour, creed, religion. If you feel that humanity, you feel compassionate in that side, please, please, please try to reach out. If I know where you are, I'll link you to the right people. Okay? That's all I'm asking. I don't need nothing from you. I don't ask for anything from nobody. You understand? Apart from help. And help, I'm telling you what the help is for as well. I need your help to help the others. There's just too many grandmothers also suffering. So before I go into any more names, Joe Cakes, I think that is. Hi, Joe.
You're right. I like how you're speaking up, though.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, you know, it's very serious, our children, and I'm going to speak up the way it needs to be spoke up about. But Joe, is there anything you want to add or give us a comment or ask a question? Please feel free.
No, I've got a question, but there is a story that I heard not long ago that apparently a foster carer, I was on the news like a while ago, if you remember, that a foster carer killed this child, and it was really wrong. And I don't like, obviously you got social workers in the category, and I think it's really wrong how like social services get involved with people and they take children off people, and the foster carers are meant to be like so-called like reliable DBS check, this, that, and it's wrong, I think. And obviously, like you said, people being abused and stuff like that is wrong.
So, because you mentioned that, thank you very much for bringing that up. But let me give you some live right now what's happening. You pick a town and I'll tell you where. Actually, because I'm actually in Bradford today, because I've travelled here, I'm actually at somebody else's place, even though he's nipped out. He'll be back once he's gone for his prayers. So let me give you a live example now in Bradford. This is what's happening in the system. They've been taking children, they're putting them in the system. Let me tell you what's been happening behind the scenes now. They took 5 babies from one home. The youngest one at the time was 4-year-old. Middle one, 9-year-old, and then the eldest, 15. The eldest one was a female. That female, she's been put in a separate place. The children have been put in separate foster carers. The eldest one, 15-year-old, twice sexually assaulted. No aiders came in, no helpers came in. Because the way they put her, the manager's saying, oh, we never seen it. Man, for God's sake. And she's spoke up and confronted them as well. And the police have done nothing about it. That's the eldest one. The 9-year-old one, in the care of the foster carers, has had his arm broken in 2 places, snapped. Do you know what they said? It was an accident. That's an accident. Here's another one. The 4-year-old baby, 4-year-old. He's had his thumb snapped and broke. And he was in the care of the foster carers. And do you know what they said? It was an accident. So hang on. If somebody, a child tripped over in a playground, you would frame the parents to steal their children. When it happens in their care places, it's an accident. So it's a crime when it happens in ours, but it's only an accident when it happens in theirs. This is another 2-tier. So this is why it's very important people wake up. It doesn't mean every foster carer is a bad one. But majority of them are crap. They're compulsive criminals. How we could prove this? There's no DBSs, nothing. They're just passing nilly-dilly to anybody now. And look at that. Look, now I'll just give you one example. If we had a talk on just the foster carers, I'll start telling you about every single town and city, one after one after one after one. And you're going to think, what? Do you see like this list of what I've just done with the MPs? And I'm still not finished with it. There's only so much time I have, but I'm still not finished with it. I will never finish with the list when it comes to child abuse. There's that much. And we're talking about now in the remit of 1 million plus, because now we've got even grandparents speaking up of the abuse they suffered in the care system. We got parents speaking up in the system while they were in the system. We got young people who are coming out of the care system who are blowing the whistle that they were sexually abused. You know, let me tell you, if you didn't know, they take our children supposed to be in a better position, better place. Here's some facts. 80% of all children going into care go through minimum emotional abuse. And there's a big percentage, we're talking about in the region of still about 80% plus, that are going through sexual abuse that's taken place as minors in the care system. Nobody knows nothing about it. Nobody wants to do nothing about it. People talking about it. People are bringing it out everywhere. People saying, oh no, that can't be true. That can't be true. Man, how many sticks of dynamite do I need to stick between your head to wake up? And you know, I don't need to do that. I'm saying, for any clarity, please get in touch. Would you want to know more? Beno, Bayo, if you want evidence, please come forward. How much more do you want me to say it? How many different languages? Maybe I should get translations. And I'd get everybody to translate it. You understand? But I'm not trying to, everybody knows what I'm saying in English. Please understand, these things are happening everywhere. And when they're taking out children, so I was telling you about the children now coming out of the system that are telling you, and do you know what, that's the least of your concerns. I've got evidence while these crimes are taking place in front of social workers, and social services have been covering it up, framing the parents, covering it up, framing the parents. So these allow crimes to take place on our babies, Our little baby children, and they frame it on the parents. These are the mother yuckers of the world today, the sickness of this society, the root cause of the pedophilia, because they've got pedophilia in there as well. Look, I'll be giving you the list of all the social workers soon. And on top of that, I'll also start giving you a list of the social workers who are managers and team managers and directors who got private, limited, corporate company foster care homes. And the people were asking me before, what's the incentive? Well, I'll come to one of the incentives in a minute, which I've already broke silence on. Here's another incentive. They open their own foster care homes. What are they doing? They're helping people to steal children, letting them frame parents, and they're filling up their own foster carers, filling them up one by one, like a shipment. Bring them in like cattle. 1, 2, 3, shut them on. Let's get another building. Ooh, we got 50 rooms there. Hey, social workers, get on with it. You've got a target to maintain. Now it comes to the targets. You see, in all councils, they have targets to maintain. And if people understand, when you hit a target, it tells you in their document, when they hit a target, you get a bonus. What is their bonus? So I'll give you 2 live evidence on my TikTok from last year. And if I have enough team support, I will start pulling it out for every town and city. So for one, this is just one bonus, by the way, for an adoption bonus, which the social worker shares it with the local authorities or the corporate company. So for one child, it could range anywhere between 30 and 45,000 pounds for one baby. 2 is more, up to 4 children. It ranges between 80 and just over 100,000 pounds. Now I'm saying in between because smaller the town, the smaller funding, the bigger the city, the bigger funding. And 5 children from the same household is what's known as, it's negotiable on an annual going basis. These are business terms. And they're putting it in front of you. And I've started putting it on TikTok so everybody can see it. Don't hold back. If you want evidence, more evidence, if you want to know about your town, come forward. Let me show you what your town's all about. And we need people to wake up. But Joe Cake, sorry, I just went and said a whole lot because people, you touched on a topic and I wanted to elaborate a lot more on that topic. Joe Cakes, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm just really shocked at the story that you tell me. It's a disgrace.
Story
for money.
No, a story is one thing. You go to social workers if you want to learn about storytelling. If you go on my TikTok, I'll give you the evidence.
And as well, I had a friend that she had social workers involved with as well, and they adopt our child for no reason. She asked for assessment. She made loads of changes, and they still adopted our child. And I think it's all wrong. Britain is so wrong.
No, this is child trafficking. They make you go through these assessments knowing they're not going to give you the child back. And the longer the assessments go on, it gives them time to manufacture more concerns about you, to seal it off in the courts. And the judges just pass it. They just pass it through like this.
It's a disgrace, it really is. It's a disgrace, this country, it really is. Even myself, I'm from Britain, from the north, but I'm a disgrace of being from Britain, to be honest, because of what they do.
Well, this is the thing, you see. This is happening. It's happening right here. So I'm going to give you a small example. Everybody knows about a genocide that's going on right now. It's been going on for 70 odd years. You know why we're talking about it, instead of me going into what's happening. Everything that's going on in that genocide over there abroad, everything is actually happening in this country. The only thing that is not happening in this country is them things flying out the sky like a little birdie, but they just go pa-chow kind of thing on the floor. Okay? So everything else, children are stolen, murder, trafficked, robbing, raping, everything. There's no difference. And I'll give you the similarities on that. But let me get MZ Jojo. I hope I'm saying that right.
Ms. No, that's
Ms.
fine. Ms.
Ms. Jojo, how are you?
Yeah. Oh my God. That happened to me when my daughter was younger. She's 34 now, but she was in, I don't know if you remember the early years centres.
Yeah.
Well, she was in one of them. I was working full time. And she had an accident. She had a bruise on her ear. And the next thing I know, I got a phone call at work. and I had the social services on my case. Apparently I'd braid around the head.
Make anything up, don't they?
Oh, of course I do. They took her to hospital. I fought for my own doctor to look through my daughter, but they strip searched her, checking for every bruise, every mark on her, and I had to explain every single thing. And I said, but your doctors are looking for this? This is what your doctors are paid for? And they went, but we need the evidence. I went, there isn't. I was sat at work when I got told about my daughter's accident, but yet I still got blamed for it. And I had the social services on my case for years and years, and it took me a long time to get rid of him. Everything is corrupt. Everything is corrupt.
It is very, very corrupt now. You know, I think I've seen a message earlier on, somebody saying something about Rangy has strong connections to be able to explain. Look, this is for everybody who's listening, okay? And remember I mentioned maybe 20 minutes, half an hour ago, if you knew what I knew and you had the evidence what I have, you'll be able to do a lot more than what I'm doing, okay? I've been saying the very same thing for the last 5 years. Every person that's coming forward is coming towards the light, and you've got ammunition to have a fight. In this war, you need evidence, okay? Not crap findings. If you're going to stand together, I don't want you to just go blindly. We talk about fact findings, okay? And we could give you the evidence. I could not only explain everything. Why? And I'm saying this because I don't know tomorrow if I'm going to be here or not. I really don't. I tried as hard as possible to try to wake people up because there's so many people who want to take my life. And that's the reality. Pedophiles don't like me, the social services don't like me, the police don't like me because I'm speaking up about the people who are kiddie fiddling. Okay, and they've got an issue. Well, I couldn't give a shit if they don't like me. And a lot of these are actually women. And actually, that's the reality of it as well. Majority of these are women who are abusers and they just don't like it. They're the ones that have been instigating these problems. And then there are men as well, which I don't care because for me, maybe I should have said at the beginning, I don't care what color, creed, religion, title, and sex. I forgot that out, you know, but it's not about man or woman, it's about perpetrators. And if anybody wants information, I'm more than happy to pass you that information. Simple as that. Oh, you've don't know what that person said. I thought you might want to ask some evidence, but I guess you find people that are trolls. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. And this is how fast the mods are on it. We don't care if you're going to come in here for that reason. You're on the wrong live. There is plenty of us on a live that you know you can go to, but we're not here for that. We're here for our children, okay? We don't take any shit, so end of. If you don't like it, then we don't care. Simple as that. We're here for one thing only, our children. Remember that, our children.
Yeah, no, well said.
Rangy, just a quick one. I've got to show up. I'll be back in about an hour. If you're not back out, I'm on the WhatsApp and everything anyway.
Yeah, I'll bell you anyway because I need to chat with you anyway. Yeah,
I'm about anyway. I'll come back as quick as I can. Please, buddy.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Bye. Joe Cakes, you were saying something there. Sorry, sister.
Yeah, sorry, I was just saying I agree with is it MZ Jojo? I agree exactly what you just said. Yeah, we're here for our children in the story. We're not here for anything else. If anyone wants to be negative, they can be, but
yeah, that was misloyalty there. You're 100% right. Now this is where the distractions are. Don't fall for the distractions. So I'll give you an example now. For the last 15 years plus, I've been going through these issues and problems. I was blackmailed for quite a lengthy of time, where they told me if I spoke up, they would get me a criminal record and I would end up going to jail. And then what would become of my kids? So I was blackmailed, I was entrapped. And for 5 years, I came out of that entrapment. by still fighting for my children and getting 3 of my children back. And now for 5 years I've been exposing. So now the same thing is happening again, where people are trying to blackmail me, intimidate me, threaten me. So what I did is about a month ago now, just so people don't get caught in my repost, I've actually just put my own DBS on. I've just had a new DBS done so people don't get caught. Everything I'm talking about is fact findings. I can prove everything I'm talking about. And this is why I'm saying anybody that wants to learn about that, wants to have evidence of that, feel free. Just come get together and let me show you. There's nothing wrong with anything else. I don't want to get into, there is nothing else. Nothing else, to be honest, for me matters. Nothing else. I don't care about nothing. And this is why I think one of the rules earlier I did say is, if you want to criticize somebody else, condemn somebody else, or in the panel, I'm not going to tolerate that neither. This is not that live. Okay? If you wanted to do that, you probably just came on the wrong live. Maybe for some entertainment. And this is why they just get rid of them, one after another after another. Neil, can you give us a figure? How many do we get rid of in the last 12 months or every month?
11,000, I reckon, in the last 12 months.
11,000 people we just mute and block. And I'll tell you why now, very honestly. There was a victim on here who was a victim of child sexual abuse. They were listening in because we were supporting, and they're happy the fact that people are waking up and are supporting and doing the right thing. And then somebody came in, started targeting them. And I was watching in the comments, I said, what's all this about? So I got that person, I brought them into the box who they were targeting. So the person told me that they were a victim of child sexual abuse. And the person that was targeting them came out to be the person who raped that person as a child on this live. And that was when we made that thoughts that none of that's going to be coming in here. If you do any of that, boof, off you go. Because I don't want no followers like that. I don't want no followers. I don't do this for following, likes, gifts or nothing. I appreciate when people have been doing ticks and things, but I don't ask for nothing at all. The only thing I do ask for everybody is people keep remember me in your prayers. At least when you remember me in your prayers, that gives me strength. You know, because this is a spiritual fight, a spiritual war. And this is about our babies. I mean, I love my daughter. I love her very much, just like everybody else might love their daughter. And I've just given you an example, real example. I love my sister and I love my mother. Everything that happened to my daughter and the people what they did, I'm gonna F you up if you're listening. Everybody what they did messed about with my sister, I'm gonna do the same with you. And I'm gonna do the same with everybody who messed with my mother. That goes for the same for my little boys, same for my siblings, same for my father. You don't come into our homes, you don't mess about with us when you don't do these heinous crimes. But seeing as though you decided to, because you thought you got the local councillor and MP and mayor and the judges in your pocket, well, what happened to that? It's all gone out the window, isn't it? Now this is a real fight now. And this is what needs to happen. Everybody needs to wake up. And I'm prepared to provide every piece of information live. Just see on here, you got to understand. This is what I put this on. Due to safeguarding child protection, I'm limited what I can say or show. Otherwise, I'll be telling you who is the victim that got raped, how many of the victims there are, who is raping them, where these rapes happened, which police officers knew about it, and where the links were with the local councillors and mayors, and why nobody did nothing about it. And them victims have been intimidated, threatened, blackmailed, and a whole load of violence has gone against them. Nobody's supporting the victims today. And so now I've decided 5 years ago that I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm just coming. Whether people like it or not, if they don't like me because I've got a fantastic tan, it's not my fault. Go get yourself a sunbed, get yourself a tan, okay? But I'm an English born, bred person. My heritage is from Pakistan. I happen to be a Muslim and I'm proud of all the above. And I'm going to stand, I'm going to fight, I'm going to do whatever it takes. But I need you, the public, to understand what's happening. And look, you might be a police officer. If you're a police officer, you believe in these, if you're going against these heinous crimes that are going on, you want to do something about it, come to real people, contact us, including you now, the police officers, social workers, judges, solicitors. You go through the same. There's no exemptions for you. There's no privileges. This is a platform for everybody. So anybody here, they'll be able to contact us. So can you. Come together. Let me show you what's going on, and let's see what you're going to do about it. And be careful, because when you get involved, when you really see some real stuff, the chances are you'll be sacked, removed, or sent on the sick. So it's at your own risk. Just 1 second, Ms. and Joe. I've got English
and proud, Rangy. We've spoke before. How are you?
Yes, right. How are you, sister? You okay?
I am really good. Thank you very much, brother. So obviously I'm doing the same as you. I'm trying to get things out there. I have had one person approach me. I've really tried to signpost the individual. She is of an age where I'd say she's a lot older, so it's historic. In terms of what I've done up to now in signposting, I think there may be some form of maybe special educational needs there as well from the literature, the writing that she's sending to me. I need some advice because she's very fearful of going back to the police. So I've given her everything I can in terms of making complaints, going to citizens' advice. But is there any other advice that you can give me so that I can pass that on, please?
Now, in cases like this, what I'm going to suggest independently, obviously you don't never get them on public media because the perpetrators could be watching. You need to find out the whole generic, whole background. Okay, what I'm finding is when we do assessments, we always, and I train everybody in the team for this, when we do private assessments, when they get in touch for help and support, we want to know what was going on, the family dynamics before it was going on, how the issue happened or when it was opened up, whether it was through social services or the problem, and where they're at today. Through that whole process, you'll find out all the people who were involved, the authorities, and I always get every SARA question, every one of them brought in. But when you go into the first two and you go backwards into it, you start putting the family dynamics in certain places, and when you do a little bit of research within that, you'll find out that there's more links with paedophiles and the problems and the challenges, who's involved. I could actually show you how I could do this. Maybe if you drop me a message or something, I'll show you, because I do this every day of the week. Okay.
Thank you. I just don't want to give the incorrect advice out. I've given the generic, as I would do as a signpost to myself, what I do in terms of my job. But because it's historic, I wanted advice from you before I did anything more.
Right. Just send me a private message. Join us on our private meetings that we have. Because there we open up everything. There's nothing to hide in there. But when it comes to historic, so you got to understand the police aren't going to do nothing. So it's we'll have to do the work for that person. Okay, we'll do the work for that person, but we'll bring everything out properly. So we're not bombarding them. And you got to understand that we've got a police force, that are really inadequate and unfit for purpose. They really haven't got a clue what the word investigation means, let alone how to do it. Okay, so we got to drip feed them like a child. So we need to get the information and then drip feed the police officer stage by stage, bit by bit, to do the investigations. The challenge is, if through the investigation, when we go through it, if you find out it's been linked to some authority members, that's where the challenges are. Okay, because once it's linked to social workers or somebody involved in there, or your local councillor, your mayor, your MP, there's always a stumble block because they're too busy want to cover each other up. Because I'm giving you a list tonight. I don't know how many I've given you. I think about maybe 40 or plus. They're all government bodies. They're all MPs. And there's just one protecting another. But I'll help you with that. Just drop me a message and I'll show you. And then I'll help you even with that. Because I actually do have people who are coming and getting involved with the child sexual abuse. There is an agency that I'm looking at that is already involved with us, but I don't want to give the name on it into the public, even though they're national. because that's separate. I'll go through that with you privately.
Can I just ask another question as well? Thank you. So this person who's contacted me is putting it all over social media, and I've asked her, you know, you need to consider that's probably not the best way moving forward because you're laying your cards out on the table. How do I approach her again to say she's uploading daily? She's also doing videos now, and I'm really worried that she's going to be targeted by individuals. That's what I'm worried about.
The way I'm going to describe it is a message that I normally say to everybody, that look, when it goes to public, I'd rather you not go public, learn the risk factors, and let somebody else do it, like I'll do it. I'll do a lot better job as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rangy.
100%. And the other side of it is, after the assessments, I can't make that decision until after that assessment. Once you've done that, if she is in that position that she wants to go forward, then I'll help her to make sure that it's out and it's out viral to get her the protection she needs as well. Because sometimes you can get protection by everybody knowing about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
I think her rhetoric is more because she's so angered that the police have not done anything. She wants to do it publicly. She asked me to do it publicly. I said, no, I will not do that simply because I don't have the means. And I personally, I'm a very small person in a huge world. That's why I've come to you.
Yeah, no, just do it like that. That's fine. We'll do something. I could do interviews, all sorts with them. But I generally, in victims like that, I try to not to get them coming forward because I really want to get it into court and go for the prosecutions. I don't want it to be left because that's what the authorities have done. They've dumped people out in the public. I mean, if you look at Ireland, the amount of people, men specifically, have been committing suicide because they were raped by the priest. And nobody's done nothing about it. And they've had to live with that for years, years after years after years. They've tried to speak up. Nobody wants to know. Eventually, you just do the craziest thing. You just take your life. And, you know, I don't want that leading to anybody. They need to get that voice. But I'd rather try to do it the right way. And if it means going public, I'll do something on that myself. I'm actually about to do something like that on a school at the moment.
Thanks, Rangy. I really appreciate your advice. I'll drop so somebody else can come in. Thank you very much.
Can I just comment on English? One thing you said that the person putting on public, you have to be careful as well in case the police look on social media and things like that.
That's what I explained
because you have to be careful because especially if it's social services or police or whatever local authority is, they probably check everything. Even if they come on a private account, they'll check everything.
I'm being really careful in terms of how I'm speaking to her because she is, like I said, she is a little bit. I think she's got special educational needs. By reading the messages she's sending me, you know, when you can tell, you know, like spelling and things like that and grammar. And I don't want to be rude, but I also want to be firm with her to say, look, if you want this to go further and you want someone to listen, then you're going to have to keep your cards close to your chest.
Yeah, because whatever she puts on social media or whatever, it's going to go against her, so she has to be careful as well.
Yeah, it's really hard, I suppose, when someone's passionate and upset and feel like they're not being heard. It may
makes
come
sense.
out.
It makes sense that what she wants to be heard, but at the same time, it might go against her as well, so she has to be careful.
Okay, right. Well, I'll get a package together and I'll send it over. Thank you so much, guys.
I just thought I'd give my input.
I really appreciate it, honestly. I work in a completely different sector, but similar. It's really hard to explain. I don't want to dox myself, but this is a civilian coming to me, so I have to be very, very careful. Thank you, guys. I'll drop now so somebody else can come up.
Thank you very much, English. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You know, this is anybody else who's listening. If you're in proceedings in any way, particularly with social services, do not go public. Do not start to make videos and things like that. It'll only be used against you as a weapon. Just the way it is. However, there is ways of going public, but not going public. I'd rather, maybe I'll do some teaching on that, how you could do it. You do need somebody who's doing something like that, like myself. There is other people that are doing it. It all comes back to this. I'm prepared to blow the whistle on everybody's case if you ask me, because I can.
That's a good question.
Yeah, of course, can, Joe.
Like, you know, for example, if someone like my friend, for example, like my friend, like if she wants to go public on like social media, do you think she could go on an account where it's like unknown or not anonymous? Do you think she can do things like that though, or would it still be tracked back to her?
Of course she can. So I'll give you a live example. It was a couple of months ago, a number of months ago actually. Now, I went to an area. It was in Blackpool. It's actually a video on my. I did an interview with that person, but that person, I didn't put him in front of the camera. I called that person Mr. A. Okay, so I concealed all the information, details, names, and everything of the sort, and I still did an interview. As a result of me releasing that, I had thousands of people coming forward. And also I had dozen people come forward that wanted to help that person, professionals from other charity organizations and things like that. So you know there's a saying in England, there's 100 ways of skinning a cat. Same thing here. We've just learned there's 1,000 ways of skinning these idiots. The main priority has to be all the time is safeguarding and child protection. There's interviews that could be done, that could be covered up, their details, and they can still be sat there. They can still have the whole input. They don't even have to do an interview. We could just document everything, and which is what we're looking to do. Neil, how long are we looking at? Maybe 30 days maximum, I hope. So in 30 days, for example, before he answers that, we will be every day on the website, on the news channel, we will be releasing a new story every day, but we're going to do one better for everybody. We're going to tell you where it is, but we're not going to tell you who it is. Okay? We're not going to give you no details of the parents or the victims whatsoever. It will have a serial number on it. So if the authorities want to know who's involved or what's happened with that case, they've got to quote that serial number. Come and see us. Ask us for permission, not tell us, because we don't work for them. They're not our government. Okay? So they ask us permission. And then I will speak to the victims to see if they're okay, that they want to see them or speak to the organization. And if that's the case that they want to, then we will give them a separate advocate as well from the team that will link them up directly with the organization to move forward on that side. So there's loads of things that we are doing. This is why we're trying to get people from any town and city to come forward. This is the problem that we're having. There's not enough people coming forward, and there's more victims. But that's been the same from the beginning. I've had 99% victims coming forward. And I think somebody was mentioning last week, do we get success? Yeah, we always been getting success, but I don't talk about the success, because this is not a show that, hey, look, we got a child here, we got a child there, we helped the grandmother here, we helped the grandmother there, ooh, look at me. This is not a show. You know what I mean? You don't go into a battlefield and you want some medals put on you while you're getting shot at and you're trying to fight and save, do you? So this is, I'm just letting you know that, I don't do that because I don't need to do that. Because I don't need to bring them forward for any reason. One of the biggest reasons or facts that I know, previously 2.5, 3 years ago, when I did speak up about somebody, that we got that child, that when we helped the mother and the father get the children back, they got the children. As a result, the corporate companies were like narcissistic. A few months later, they manufactured something else and went back in to attack them again, because they don't like it. So now I don't talk about things like that. I don't, because I don't need to. I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers the question. Miss Jojo, you still here with us, sister?
I am.
Rangy, can I just say, you touched on the school earlier, Columbus School in Chelmsford. I just need to put out there that there's going to be another protest on the 23rd of this month at the Chelmsford School. Okay, so that's Essex, Columbus School and College. Okay, maybe get some support up there for these people. They're trying to speak out about the RSE agenda, and obviously there's other problems at that school as well that we can't discuss at the moment, but
The one thing I see is the one thing I should see is that you should be Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm glad you said that. The last person said something like that. They said being MP. I said, I don't want it because I don't want to be colonized. That's because as an MP, you're colonized as in that district. I don't want to be colonized. And to be honest, I'm not doing this for any political reasons. I'm just a dad. I'm just a parent like everybody else. I'm just doing something that everybody else should be doing. And I'm going to
at least you're speaking up.
Absolutely. So I'm going to give you some facts now. And I want all the brothers, all the men out there listening very carefully, and especially the mothers now. There are more women out there in this field fighting this war than men. Why is that? What's happened to this nation? It breaks my heart. This used to be a nation where men used to stand at the front and protect the women and children behind. Now we got women and children at the front and the men stood behind. What has this nation come to? So if you're a mother or a sister, you're listening in, look, if your husband's next to you or brother's next to you or uncle, give them a nudge. Say, hey, look, why don't you want to help? Do something. Everybody needs to do that 1% of effort. That's all I'm asking. Look, every time I've been asking for help and support, I've even explained where I need help and support. And I do. I get people coming in from Birmingham that want to help and support. So now I'm linking up people in Birmingham with people in Birmingham. You understand? Get the help and support they want, whether it's to do with school education or social services. And sometimes, I mean, it's only for the last 9 months now, I've been able to attract a lot of solicitors firms that I'm still vetting some. And that we start taking solicitors on. You understand? Because I won't work with anybody who's linked with the corporate companies. If they're on the register that they work with the authorities, bye-bye, you're not working with us. I'll never trust you. In the bin. Don't trust none of them. So independent ones, we're taking them on board. And that we're looking for in Scotland as well. So this helps the professionals now. If you're in Scotland, if you're in Ireland, if you're in Wales, if you're in the UK, and you want to help and support victims, and you could get legal aid, and generally most cases you can, I'm prepared to get these people to you. But you need to start identifying yourselves. So we just want people to come forward in every town and city. That's all I'm asking. You understand? And I know somebody somewhere across the line is going to say about funding, because I usually get this. I just want to make it clear. Until today, I've never, ever asked for funding. Because even though I might have spent maybe 60,000 plus, whatever it is, I spent it because I care. I spent it because I understand one thing. Money comes, money goes. When our children go, they don't come back. How it affects the families, how it affects the mother, how it affects the father, how it affects the grandparents. I understand all this. So for me, I have done what I've done because I am responsible, held accountable for my actions. So I didn't want to put my hand out to anybody, even though I might have needed it. And I still need it. I don't do that. Why? People decide themselves what they want to do. This is, I don't do this for fun. And this is straightforward. And it was 2.5 years ago, there was a grandmother I was supporting. And even till today, I will always support that grandmother. Absolutely amazing. She said to me, and this was public, she said, look, I want to donate to you. You're doing a great job. I said, well, look, I don't need no donations. She would get me a bank account. I said, I don't want to give you a bank account. I said, look, I respect you like a grandmother. This is what I said to her. I said, I respect you like my grandmother. It's my duty, it's my farz to help you. So your help does not come with fees. You understand? So she goes, okay, if you respect me like a grandmother, then let me donate. You understand? And if you don't, that means you don't have no respect for me. That was like blackmail that grandmother did. But because of what she did, on the website, I put on that you could buy me a coffee. Okay, £3 for a coffee. You can subscribe, whether it's £5 a month or £10 a month, meaning pocket change. I'd love to have the millionaires wake up and say, hey, look, how much do you need? And then that'd be better for me. But I don't take money from victims. I don't need it. I don't want to do that because that's not me. See, I did it on my accord. If people feel like they want to help and support, and people who've actually got money, I say the same thing to them. I don't want you to donate. What I want you to do is come, get involved, have a look at what I'm doing, why I'm doing, and have a look at the evidence, and then you get involved if you're going to donate. Isn't that fair? I don't want people blindly giving me money. This is the real life issues we're having. Have a look at real life. If you want, see now they want to help and support the film. So the people in Birmingham now, they want to start donating. It's only peanuts, which I'm happy with, because if everybody just started doing a silly thing like £1 a month or something like that, we'd still have enough to generate and to help and support. Because there's some people that are so struggling. I mean, one of the things is gone now. One of the other sides we've just started to put in place. We're starting to help people to grow fruit and vegetables at your own homes. We're also trying to buy farmland right now as we speak, so we could create food, vegetables, fruit, so we could donate, because we also realize one of the excuses these authorities have been using, you don't have enough food in your house, we're going to take your children. So instead of these giving them more money to help them feed the children, they're starving them and then stealing their children to fill up their pockets and their bellies. A sick business. So what we're looking to do now is buy some land, which we are looking to do that, have our own grows, so we can start donating to all the people who are hungry. So no child should go to sleep on an empty belly. That's how I see it. I wouldn't want that on anybody's child. So we want to do it because we care. We want to donate. If people want to grow in your own homes, if you send us information of where you are, we'll even show you how to do it. We will even get you proper seeds, organic seeds that we have, because we've got a few specialists that are doing this, growing at home. We could teach you how to grow it in your house, in your garden, just like that, no problem. Repeat again and again and again. And hopefully we're trying to aim to, when we have that bit of land that we want to do, is try to arrange it so we could feed about 100 tons minimum. We want to be able to donate to make sure we give to the right homes, and we're taking all the expenses on. We're not asking for anything. And if people can help on that, I'd be grateful for that as well, to get involved, not to pay for any of it, just to get involved, because we need that little bit of help and support. That's all I'm going to say. I hope that answers a lot of questions there that might have been coming up. Just thought I'd get rid of it now.
What we need, Rangy, is people across the country that knows anyone with a bit of land that we can then base a local group in and teach them the setup that Gavin's been speaking about. And then we can get one of these hubs in each community. That would be ideal, you know, that's what we need. There's plenty of people with lots of land doing nothing, and we don't need a lot to do this, you know.
100%. If I could get a piece of land in every town and city, I could make sure that nobody goes to sleep without being full. Nobody's going to go to sleep without having food. We will make sure it's distributed. I'll make sure the food that, let's say potatoes, okay? We will make sure it gets to every mosque, every church, every community center. And really what we're looking at is we're going to start making a list of everybody who is in that position that is vulnerable. When we have that list, we will make sure it gets to them. So they'll have a month's worth of supply. Every month it'll just be dropped off to them, month after month, month after month, month after month. So this is the thoughts and dreams of how we want. Even though we are going to struggle, we're going to fall, we're going to get back up. Because we have to get back up for our children's sake. Go on, Joe Cakes.
I was just going to say, I like your comment how you say that some people want funding this, that, but I like your comment because there's a lot of people out there who obviously want funding this, that, but I really appreciate you, like when you said that you don't want funding, because there's a lot of people who want like start a business and they say, oh, how about the funding? That's the first thing to think about. But when you think of your babies or your children, you're thinking, why do you need funding when it comes to your babies? You know what I mean? Come on.
You know, I'll give you an example. A while ago, I said to the team members, actually on live, and I said, I'm trying to raise some money to get 4 vehicles, which is the one like I've got, but 4 more like that. So I could build a studio in it, do a whole load of work, so I could And what I'm doing with that video, I'll come to the funding in a second with it. But what that was for me to donate one of those vehicles for exposing these issues and problems. One for Scotland, one for Wales, one for Ireland, one for UK. But the funding, I'm actually paying for it. But I'm raising the money. What I mean by raising the money, I'm selling what I have left. So, you know, when I spent the last 60 grand, for example, nobody asked me, why did you? I've just told you why I did. And that's my money. I do what I want. I spent it on this. I'm happy with it. I love my community. I love my people. When have I helped? Look, I could tell you a whole load of things. So I've got one valuable thing left, which I'm shortly I'm going to put it on a raffle, and I'm going to get it out there. Because I'm going to do what I'm saying, and I'm going to donate it to get out there. I'll be solving a number of things, and I'll give a lot more power to the public, because with the vehicles will also come a journalist license. It will come with a podcast studio inside of it. We'll have limited accommodation on it as well, and I'm paying for all of it. And I'm not bothered. Why? Because what matters, look, everybody, very simply, what matters, and everybody was going to say, my child matters. Well, I agree with you, so I'm doing whatever it needs to do to get the job done. And every vehicle I've had, I've actually signed it over to the public, by the way. For the last 4 years, 5 years, everything I've had, I've donated to the public. And on top of that, this website, the news channel, the radio channel, the podcast studio, everything I've done, Neil, you answer me this. If something happens to me, who owns LCS News?
That'll be the public, my friend. So somebody will step into the breach straight away. So nothing will change. The exposing will still continue.
But at least he's helping the public by donating vehicles from his own pocket as well. So
yeah, I've done all of it, and I'm still going to do it. I'm selling whatever I've got left. And I could, look, I could go to work. I could go and do something else. I could sell what I'm getting and make money and do things. I can. But and then people want me to ignore the fact that I know children are being raped. Look, I'm not social services. I'm not your local councillor, your local mayor, your local police. I'm not none of those. I'm one of yous in the public who is paying the price, whose children is paying the price. Our community is paying the price. And I just want to just deal with that side of it. I don't care about nothing else. Remember, when you're born, you don't come with nothing. When you go, you won't go with nothing. So everything that I'm going to have, and tomorrow, let's say, we're already, I mean, the team will tell you, I'm already working with a number of other countries that are already involved with LCS News. Wherever it becomes tomorrow, whatever we generate, will be going towards the causes. We want to change the system. We want to change the human race to help each other, support each other. We're not BBC News that we want to make money. And only they get rich and they don't give a shit about the public. They don't care about they getting raped, emotional, just cover it up, allow it. Well, that's not us. For us, apart from paying the expenses of running the things, we want to spend the rest of it to make sure no child goes hungry, and go fight for children. And when there's a case there with evidence there, if we could afford it, I'll pay to go and fight. Hang on. More importantly, by that point, we will have our own legal firm who'll take the fight for everybody. Forget all the other ones, the Muppets that don't want to do nothing. This is just what's happening. So money comes, money goes. I don't ask, I don't need it. You know what I mean? The only thing I do need that I'm praying for, please, is just remember me in your prayers. If you could do that for me. And you know, this is very powerful, this is. And this is why not all these trolls, all these perpetrators, they're not being able to do anything. Not a single thing. So, you know, they're not being able to do anything because of your prayers. And this is why even the government or the alleged government, whoever's in charge, they're not happy about me. MR5 know about me. If you actually look at the videos, I've already exposed all of them. And MI5, what they're talking about me, why they're talking about, now they don't want to face me because they're mother yuckers, racially motivated with preconceived ideas, biased ideas. They're sickos, that's what they are. They're all called by a bunch of idiots. I'm letting somebody in his own property. He's got locked out. Carmel, not Carmel, Miss Loyalty, if I could just get you in, but if the sisters have any other questions, feel free to ask. Anybody who wants to get into the boxes to ask questions, please feel free to do so. I'm just going to open the door for him.
Okay, no problem. Anyone got any questions or anything you want to add to what's been said? If you need help and support or can help and support, please contact us on the website www.lcsnews.com and submit a ticket and write in there a little thing about what you can do. But I'm here for emotional support in anything I can help with, really. I could point you all in the right directions. I just want to thank everybody for their taps, shares and gifts so far. You're all amazing and you're not alone. We're all together and we just need to keep on doing what we're doing. So yeah.
I'm back.
And
okay, so
Rangy's back to take over.
So what I'm going to do
you're doing
is,
a good job.
Thank you very much, sister. So, because I want to get people to understand how serious these topics are, I've explained a lot of stuff there now. I hope people understand where we fit in with LCS News. And everybody in the team is like me, by the way. The ones that aren't like me, they don't usually last. Because everybody needs to support the right causes. So let me go back to another, but continue on this list, because I want to give you a minimum 50, 60 at a time, because these issues are happening. So let me give you also now, I think I got to the AIDS one last time. Peter Truffle, a Labour Party advisor to Hazel Blears, kidnapped a child for sex. These are your local MPs. You got Mark Tan, Labour Party activist who knew the Blairs raped 2 little girls. Manish Sood, Labour MP candidate offering school children money for sex. You got John Johnson, Labour Party councillor, guilty for downloading child pornography. Keith Potts, Labour Party councillor and school governor, guilty of making child porn images. Nelson Bland, Labour councillor and school teacher, guilty of making child porn images. Jerry Vincent, Labour councillor and school governor, guilty of child pornography. Steve Carnell, Labour councillor and school governor, found guilty of child pornography. Adrian Sirsit, Labour councillor and school governor, 3 years community order for child porn. Alex Dyers Atkins, Labour councillor and school governor, 2 years for 42,000 images of child abuse. Okay. Keith Rogers, Labour Party councillor and school governor, making 2,000 child rape images. John Frary, Labour councillor and school governor, guilty of grooming a child for sex. Timothy Edmeads, Labour Party organiser, Lord Mayor, assistant, school teacher, helper, scout leader, plus child rapist. Cyril Smith was a Labour councillor and school and teacher at Cambridge House Boys Home in Rochdale. Just 1 second, let me get this screen right. Before he joined Liberal councillors, deprived sexual acts upon little boys. Paul Digrett, Labour Party councillor, candidate and school governor, caught downloading child pornography. Ben Williams, Labour councillor and school teacher, arrested over child porn internet searches. We got Richard Harris, Labour councillor, candidate and school governor, arrested for offering children money for sex. Graham Pearson, Labour Lord Mayor, school teacher and nursery school governor, caught with child porn images. Brian Gates, Labour councillor and school governor for child welfare, caught downloading child pornography. Now you see, this if you notice, they're all Labour. Remember, I've got the Conservatives, the Green parties, the Tories, and that'll be the least of your concerns by the time I'm done with everything else. I'm also going to be giving you the links within these professionals and the links of the paedophiles out in the public and why it's so hard to report these crimes. And this is what people don't want to know, but fortunately people are going to get to know it. Those who are awake, you need to start coming forward. Now, I am my host, who's hosting me at his house. He's actually just come back. Thank you very much for coming back anyway.
You're welcome.
I actually travelled yesterday to come and see this young man. So I'm actually in Bradford today. I come a night and a half ago because I was going to be a guest on his live. So I know he had an issue on his live yesterday and I didn't get the opportunity because yesterday because I was on a different live, I was going to be given evidence and facts on things that of people, how they're behaving, what they do. In other words, all to do with liars, criminal storytellers. Because my whole topic here is all to do with that, but not with the trash in the public. But that was to do with the trash in the public that do the very same thing. In other words, the same propaganda. Okay, they like to manufacture things, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes, and fortunately, before I could get into anything or get on there, they must have known it was coming up, and they just caused an issue, and they got him blocked and banned. Only for 7 days, so I will be getting back on that very, very shortly as well. But thank you very much for joining us anyway.
Yeah. Would you like to tell everybody who I am? Some people may not know.
Some people may not know. No, so let me tell you something. This is, he does his own lives. He's a campaigner himself. His name is Talib's brother.
That's right, yes.
On TikTok, he's been campaigning about the mistreatment of his family members in the system, where the elder, not young, the elder with disability issues, and they've got them into their little homes, same thing, into their homes where they're profited by it, and they've been causing them a lot of issues and problems, including they've manufactured things and caused issues and problems, sentenced him, and he's just campaigning now and standing up against everybody. You know, once they've done all that, what else have you got to lose? You understand? And there's a lot of people who actually are facing them issues, even with the adults. Even though we're still touching on the adults, but in general, everything starts with the children for us, because we need to stop the children. So, yeah.
Well, I just want to make something clear to your listeners today, that although I'm hosting Rangy, I'm not part of LCS News. I want to just get that clear, all right? Because there's maybe some misconception. And previously, I've just come onto TikTok, I think, last year, and there was some confusion that maybe I'm Rangy. So here we are. I can't be Talib's brother, can't be Rangy, because we're in the same room now, okay? That's the first thing. And the second thing is, when I've come onto TikTok, Rangy, obviously, the point I wanted to discuss with you today in front of your listeners is the amount of hate that you've received, all right? And I'm just going to, if you just let me talk here, what happened is that I came on TikTok last year, and there was a lot of hate campaign going on then as well. And I was, to tell you the truth, I was slightly apprehensive of approaching you because of all the things that I heard. You know, there was clearly a smear campaign going on, and you know, obviously I was a bit apprehensive, and I think most people would be. You know, we're coming on a TikTok.
Yeah.
There's a campaign going on.
Please keep going.
Yeah. So there's a campaign of a smear campaign going on. So I was a bit apprehensive of you know, joining you and coming on board, or you know, taking you seriously. But then towards the start of this year, I think, you know, obviously I thought to myself, now this is quite clearly a targeted approach. And as somebody who's gone through pretty similar things, you know, you can't trust what people say, and there's always haters out there. But I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, because obviously I'm still on the fence, because like I said, they're saying some very serious allegations. And so I have been sat on the fence for some time. And I think you know who I'm talking about. And I think they're listening in today as well. I tell you why. You know, as soon as I left here, they've actually created a video and uploaded it to their page. And I think we're talking about Queen Bee here.
Don't mention the names. I don't give anybody airtime on my.
You've got some detractors and haters and stuff, and so obviously I wanted to know more about why are they particularly targeting you. I mean, you've heard today as Rangy's listeners, there's some serious issues taking place. He's just a list of names, very serious, prominent individuals. Now let me explain to you that you're paying for these people. You are paying for your taxes. You are paying to, you know, you're voting for these people, and these are the people that you need to be held accountable. But lo and behold, Rangy seems to get the brunt of it. And you know, for me, Rangy, what I don't like to see is I don't like seeing people bullied, and that's what I experienced. I thought you were being bullied, or like, so I got to know your detractors. I'm going to call them the anti-Rangy group, let's say, okay? So obviously I was trying to understand why would they do this? Because it's a bit of a bizarre thing. I mean, obviously I thought maybe there was some sort of like a romantic relationship gone wrong. Okay, I think many people will come to that conclusion. Like there's a targeted smear campaign, and why would somebody invest so much time and resources? I think that's the first question that anybody asks, is that what is going on here? And so obviously I spent some time with the anti-Rangy groups, and just to try to understand it literally. And they seem a very paranoid lot, very, very paranoid. And they kept on making allegation upon allegation. I mean, you don't need to mention names, but look at what they started off calling. Say, was it a solicitor? No, it was your son, wasn't it?
My son.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a dirty thing as well. They always mention that they're there for the children, but
just on that point, if I could just maybe help everybody, you know, when anybody speaks about the real truth problems, that you're gonna get these issues and problems. And this is one of the things I always tell people: whatever you do, don't go on public media. Let somebody else do it. So I'll give you an example of the amount of suffering and targeted I've gone through. So my name is Aurangzeb Latif, which is the same name I've had since birth. Got my birth certificate here. We've got everything here. However, so what this campaign did, they seen an article, I believe it was in Middlesbrough. Somebody's name was Atiq Latif. Now, who that is, you probably ask me, and I'm probably going to say to you, well, what are you asking me for? Because I don't know who it is. Because I don't know who the person is. Apart from the last name is the same as my name, Latif. So they got that article, they put it out, and they turned around and said, that's my youngest son. Now, that article was from 2014. My son was a 4-year-old baby. So these morons, sickos, diseased individuals made a baby for a 4-year-old into having a different name and calling him a paedophile. This is how pathetic these people are. So I try to brush it off that, you know, these people are maybe not well. They've got some screw looses, there's some issues. Just, you know, because my dad always told me not to put my face in front of these people, you know, because they just talk a lot of rubbish. So then what they went and did, they went and copied the article from the Rochdale grooming gang. They got the article and stuck my picture on it. Now look, I'm in front of everybody. You can see my face, everything. And for the last 5 years, I've been doing campaigning in every town and city. So they got this article and they stuck my picture on it and telling everybody I was part of that grooming gang. And I'm thinking, what the hell's the matter with these people? there's something wrong with these people. They're desperate with something. There's sickness going on somewhere. Or maybe they're part of the propaganda or racially motivated or Islamophobia. You know, I was thinking about, well, what's troubling them? So when that came out, that was obviously not proven and that wasn't right. They turned around and the person made an allegation that me and my sons have got a legal firm and we're trafficking children. I was thinking, where the hell does that come from? Then I did a bit of research and I found there's a firm in Birmingham called Latif and Sons. Now, what the hell's that got to do with me? So then they made that allegation. Then they turned around and said, Telford, there was a grooming gang in Telford. Now, they stuck with the Asians, not the English, because obviously I follow the narratives, you see. So then they got that article out, copied and pasted the article, put my picture in and said I was part of that group. Then that didn't hold. Then what they did is they went on to Rotherham grooming gang. They went to get that article and put that out. And it was like, it's like working with the mental and handicapped, because these are not just dumber, they're the complete retards of the society. I mean, how can you actually make sense of this? It doesn't make no sense. I was concerned. And during all this time, I'm ringing the police up, letting them know that this is what they're doing, inciting violence. Now, on top of that, on public media, which I've got the evidence right here, that the person has been, because there's a female involved, and that female is inciting, bringing people in to incite violence towards me and my babies and my children. So what they did is, I've got it on video, them talking about arranging to get me shot. What for? I ask everybody. And nobody knows anything apart from the person is a compulsive liar. They've got nothing else to do. So there's a campaign now where they've got maybe 1,000, 2,000 people trying to cause this narrative, you know, part of, oh, it's just a group. And I'm going to be honest with you on that note. I actually believe this group, within their team members, they're working with pedophiles, they're working with social services corruption, they're working with the trafficking of children, because what they've done is, instead of fighting for women and children, they're trying to reverse everything. But the information that they're talking about is actually talking about people who I'm actually exposing. Okay, so they give indication. So we have all this, but I don't talk about it on public media, which I'm not going to. The reason why I'm not going to, because this is a criminal case, and this is why I don't give anybody time on thinking. But this is just to give you a heads up.
No, I mean,
that this is.
I'm just going to tell you my version of events. You don't need to tell me your version of events. I mean, obviously, I've got my own life, and I feel a bit grieved that I was trying to, like, effectively speak to these people, trying to understand where they come from. I'm just going to tell you my journey, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And so the reality is that I got to know you in January, and by February time, I think there was one live that I went on, and they were all just hounding you and stuff. There was a picture. I think there's a picture that there's one individual. I don't know about naming names and stuff, but I went on this one live, and there was a picture of, well, supposedly you, or I had part of the gang. And there was and everybody was having a debate, and you went in and you defended yourself. You said that that's not me. You know, it may be similar to looking to me, but it's not me. And the host of that particular live agreed with you and said, yes, that's not you, and you've been vindicated. Then subsequently in February, March, I've gone offline, TikTok. I've gone off for a couple of months for religious reasons, and plus I thought TikTok was getting the better of me. So I've gone off live, and I've come back in April, only to find the same discussion going on and on and again. And I'm like, I'm just now intrigued now. I'm like, what is going on here? So I've spent the last month or so trying to approach this anti-Rangy crew, and just trying to get to the bottom of what is going on here. And they've been trying to convince me of all sorts of things. Like I said, I can't remember the kind of things they've accused you of, all right? Yeah. So you've just given a small narrative there, but I think, you know, it just went on and on and on, and it's just lacks credibility. So, you know, the thing is, I mean, you have to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I said, well, look, if you've been investigating him, why do you come on and investigate me, all right? Because I know about myself more than anybody else. And so that's what I've been trying to ask them to do, to look into my background. And in the process, I've got to know them. And, you know, they've been like quite negative people, quite just all focused on you. And to tell you the truth of it, I told them. And I think I told you as well, I'm just sick of, I'm just a bit jealous here. You're getting all this attention from these people. I don't mind the attention. I mean, Rangi, I'm very different to you. Yeah. I thought, well, if the attention is focused on me, let me just see what happens. So anyway, I've been asking this particular group to, hey, come on, investigate me. Try to get some dirt on me, because the reality is that, Rangi here is a top bloke. He's never, you've noticed him, he's never ever used any profanities on any of his lives. He treats treats people with courtesy and respect. And I think that's what builds his credibility. And this anti-Rangi group is very, very verbally lose a lot of profanities. Anyway, I've invited them. I'm trying to befriend them, trying to say, look, come and investigate me, because they're trying to make some allegations that Rangi's been to jail and stuff. And I thought, well, look, he doesn't deserve all this attention. I have been to jail, and I'm quite open about it. I'm very open and transparent about the things that I have done, because obviously when you go against the system, as I've seen what's happened to Rangi, but by this anti-Rangi group, those are the exact same things that happened to me. And I'm a victim of this group. But unfortunately, my group was very powerful, not some TikTokers. They were the authorities, particularly here in Bradford, that have targeted us. So I can kind of sympathize and empathize, but it's always important to be objective. Don't allow your emotions to cloud your judgment, and let's look at the facts. So I wanted to ensure that I was making the right decision, but I had inclinations that, look, this is what we don't like to say, and Rangi will never tell you that, ultimately we too can be vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. But as men, we'll never say that. And what I saw there was clear targeting, abuse, and I really don't like bullies. And so I've gone on, I met these people, and invited them to my live, and I said, look, just be courteous and stuff. But look, I think there's some bullying going on here. They go, no. They just could not comprehend or fathom this is a human being. All right, and they were saying he's a monster. The things they were saying about him was, really slanderous, and it was very concerning that they could get away with saying such stuff. And so obviously I continued to engage with them, and they were effectively trolling Rangi and trying to slur his name. And I said, no, I'm gonna invite him down, because he was around. And I came on. I think if you remember, people, I did come last week or something, and I said, look, if you're around, come and stay with me. So he's now staying with me, and I'm obviously I wouldn't do that. I'm not stupid. I really trust this guy. All right, and if there's anything untowards, I've offered him. He's my host now. I've never seen anything bad from Rangi so far. But the other side, proper malicious and vindictive. So literally, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you what happened last night as well. And you
make it brief, because I want you to interact with something else. But
okay, so what's happened is that, like I said, these people have got an agenda, and their agenda is very, very negative. And I believe there is this is a campaign to undermine his good work, and it's being funded by, I believe, maybe third parties, maybe professionals or people that Rangi's trying to expose. That's the only logical conclusion, because there can be nothing else that would motivate these people to spend so much time. So Rangi, I've just walked out here, and I've looked at my this individual's page. And she's literally recorded and saying, "Oh, we've outed him. Him." And I was gonna tell everybody last night if I didn't get banned. So they do that. I think there's some sort of I do agree with you. There may be some sort of mental health issues. Yeah. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah. So these things. Look, these things happen all the time. You see, but as my team members will tell you, that's something that I don't waste my time. I don't talk about it, because one of the biggest things is every day children are stolen. Every day there's mothers that are suffering in silence. And this is not right. Every day rapes are taking place. This is how serious it is. And that's where my focus constantly is going to be. I don't waste my time with death threats and intimidation and slandering. You try to reach out to the right people. If they do something, but you can't, I do fall down. Like you mentioned, we are vulnerable at times ourselves, but you just got to learn how to get back up. I was just saying earlier on to every one of them, and I'll get Miz to get into this for a second, because that's a new person in there. There's only one thing I ask for from anybody. Miss, can you hear me, my sister?
I can.
Miss Jojo, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah, so can you just tell this person what is one thing that I do ask for?
Money.
What?
And donations.
Come on.
I mean, I might be wrong here, but I don't. I mean, you need to set up a GoFundMe because there's so many people out there. No,
I know, but just 1 second. Just the question first. What is it that I do ask for? Prayers. Can you remember that?
yeah, I can remember that, but mostly you don't ask for donations. You don't ask for money. Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I ask for prayers, because this is a spiritual war. This is about good against evil. This is about people who are perpetrators, who are raping our children, stealing our children, murdering our children. These are the worst of the kind of the people today. And what keeps you strong and safe, more to the point, is the prayers.
Yeah.
You understand? And that
people like you.
You know what I mean? That's all I need. I don't need nothing else. I don't. And I know you're gonna say you're gonna go fund me, and I've tried a few things like that. You know what I mean? And I've even mentioned how I come around to actually doing that, even though
there's people out there that would, or there should be people out there that would gladly give to causes like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's the kids. It's the kids.
Can I just?
No, yeah, 100%. Yeah, go.
So no, what I was going to say. Sorry. What's the criddle's name?
Miss Jojo.
Miss Jojo. Just sorry to interrupt there. I mean, what I wanted to stick on this point. You just heard Rangy say that like he doesn't give them any time of day. And like he's just focusing in on what his campaign is, and I commend him on that. But personally, I don't agree with that, Sergio, and I'll tell you why. And I've just said here earlier on that I've come on here on TikTok and I listen to these other people, and I have been like slightly critical or apprehensive. Now, just imagine if I was a vulnerable person that could benefit from Rangy. All right, I would be put off. All right, and that would potentially cause me not to get the support or the connections or anything like this. So this is what I'm trying to say. Even though Rangy does not give this anti-Rangy group the time of day, I think it does need to be addressed because it's a smear campaign, and if it has validity, then fair enough. But it absolutely has no validity, and I just wanted to come on to this though. So what I did was, I said I put myself into the firing line. I put myself into the lion's den. Come and research me. So this is what happened last night. So they did a research on me, right? And I thought, look, let's keep Rangy out of this. I'm giving them enough evidence. Here I am. You know, these are the things that I've done. Go and research me and come back and investigate me. Give me the full Rangy treatment. I've been like trying to pursue this issue with them. And oh my God, what they came out with was some silliness. Oh my God, it's like these people. I don't know. Like I said, it just amazes me the level of lack of intelligence that they have. They've just basically put my name into Google, and any hit that came back, they were gonna say that's you. And I tried to explain to them, look. So she was asking me like a series of questions. And some of them were related to what I was fraudulently convicted of regarding my case, but it was like 3-4 other cases. And she like amalgamated them all and said that that's you. And I clearly told her, look, you're mistaken. This is wrong. I'm going to own up to what I am, but I'm not going to own up to things that I'm not. And any person with an iota of intelligence could discover that this was a different individual. I mean, the name of the individual was on Company House, and it gives you the year of birth. So the director of that company, his name is this public record. So all she's done is done a Google search, found out the name, and then just gone with that, rather than looking at what year is this the same person? And then you try to tell this individual, look, you've made a mistake. But you know, these people, they can never ever expect that they've made a mistake. They
never make mistakes. They never make mistakes.
They never make a mistake. And I try to explain to her, look, I'm going to own up to, and the things that I am owning up to are far more scandalous, according to what the local authority have done to me, than what she was claiming. But somehow in her mind, she needed to make some sort of connection between me and Rangy. And she was just patient about it. I couldn't explain to her what the connection is, but there has to be some sort of conspiracy that only this anti-Rangy group are intelligent enough to uncover, considering the fact that they've got no training, no nothing, and they're going to unravel something. And it's just amazing how these people think and behave. And it is clearly, and then I last night my decision was made up, and what they've done is, it was finalized, I was pretty sure, but I just wanted to get confirmation from what exactly are they going to come back with. And it was hilarious, comical and hilarious what they were alleging. And what happened was they effectively came in a gang and looked to block me and put me on the spot and like basically edit and coerce and stage an event. So it's all staged. And it goes like they do these mental gymnastics to somehow connect me to Rangy and smear his campaign. So the first thing I've said here today is that yes, Rangy's my host. I've invited him to stay over because I don't like bullies, number one. And number two is I have nothing to do with LCS News. It's not something that I'm campaigning for. It's not something that I'm about. And this trying to make a connection between me and LCS News and Rangy, it's just part of the smear campaign. And I think everybody...
It's because you're supporting him, you're putting him up. And in order to get to him, they've got to go around and take everybody else down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a guilt by association. But
exactly.
Like I said, yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say, look, we've got half an hour left. If there's anybody that wants to get into the boxes, that want to share, want to ask me questions, feel free, request, get yourself in the boxes. Any questions to do with everything that I've been talking about. There's a whole load, because really, if I had the time, which I will make time, if you ask me each question, I will not only give you the answer, I will elaborate on that topic, which is what I was doing earlier on. People need to know about what's actually happening. And if anybody wants any information, anybody wants some facts, findings, not crap findings, relating to the topics in hand with the authorities grooming our children, the paedophile rings inside the authorities, and how bad the corruption within the authorities is, please don't hold back. Come forward and ask the right questions, get the information. I'll provide you the evidence. I'll even email it to you. And if you're in that delicate situation, you want to speak privately, you could either go through a website, or you could I could get you in the private Zoom meetings. We could discuss it there. So I just wanted to put that out to everybody. So because we still have another half an hour, so feel free to do so. Ms. Jojo, I'm going to put it on to you now. Is there anything that you wanted to add on to everything that you've been listening most of the night? Or even what's being just said just now? I mean, this is just normal. Feel free to do so.
I will, but unfortunately I need to go to bed. I've got to get up for work tomorrow.
No, that's all right, my sister.
Can I just say, this is the first time I've come across you tonight, and it's been so insightful. You said you've been out there a long time, but I don't understand why I've only just come across you.
Yeah, what you'll find is they were blocking me and everything, and I'll explain to you this now. If you go into my TikTok, have a look at the first video that's pinned. Okay, that video originally, I actually only started putting information on YouTube. I opened a YouTube account, and the first video I made in the back alley. Okay, I was that desperate because I was so sick of what was going on. As a result of my first video, I had 99% victims coming forward, reaching out. And I remember myself how much of a dark place it was to be in. And I thought about even not being around myself at the time. And I knew that at that point that I'm not going to stay silent. I just want to make sure people don't take the law in their hands or try to even think about taking their own life, to try to do what we can, because we're all human beings. You can be overwhelmed with these things. So that was the first video. Second video, I found the same thing. The third video I made simultaneously while I put a website together, and then we come up with, or I designed to put together with the LCS News. Now the third video I made and I put out is the first one that's pinned on TikTok, because now I've actually put it on all different platforms, so they can't take it off. Now they banned it in UK on YouTube. Now, why they banned it, that is the sugar-coated version. Have a watch of it and have a look at what they were doing to our babies. And then you'll understand the sugar-coated version, why I broke silence and I stood up against these allegedly big people. They're just gangsters. They're a mob. They're a mafia. That's all they are. There's nothing real about these idiots. And, you know, yeah, I'm going to get threats. Yeah, I'm going to get intimidated. Yeah, and people are going to work with pedophiles and try to keep me silent. Yeah, but what do you want me to do? I'm not going to be silent. I'm not going to stay quiet. I'm not going to be scared of them. I am scared. In general, everybody has fear. I don't want to be stabbed up. I don't want somebody pulling a gun on me and try to shoot me. But what matters more is our women and children, everybody that's suffering today. And that just overwhelms me. And I get up every single day and just do what I need to do. And that's why I say, remember me in your prayers. Because the more people remember me in their prayers, the more support I get. The more help I get. The more God Almighty listens to my prayers that wants to help. Because this is the right fight. And, you know...
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, this is just simple. It can't get no simpler than that. And I'm not going to... and I'm hoping and praying that more people come forward, not only talk to me about it, but get the evidence, have a look at fact findings and do something about it. We're in war. In war, you don't go into a battlefield walking around blind while people have got machine guns and things like that pointing at you, that they're going to rob you and rape you and abuse you, steal your children, and you're just going to stay like Muppets. So what's the matter? You need evidence, you need information. And at least if I could provide that information, if something happened to me, then you can move forward with it as well. And this is why this is something that they can't stop now. And this will be, if something happens to me, it's the public that will be controlling it, that will be dealing with it. The ones that are involved, the one that last the time, not somebody that gets involved. I've had people getting involved and thinking overnight, oh, well, I'll take over LCS News. What do you, I don't even know you. What do you mean you're going to take over? What do you do? But have a look at anything, but look at that first video. And then you can have a look at through my TikTok from the early videos till now. You can see the journey that I've gone through. Because this wasn't the original stickers. This is the unsugar-coated version, which I've come to now. Originally, the stickers were quite different. It said Middlesbrough, social services, liars, criminals, storytellers. And then I was breaking it down point by point by point by point. You understand? That's what was happening then. But now it's obviously a lot more because when they tried to silence me, they went for a gagging order, want me to stay silent. They want me to stay silent because social services will manufacture documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes against the vulnerable parents, cover up rape information just to allow these to roam free in the public because they think there's something special about them. There's nothing special about them. They're liars, criminals and storytellers, and that's why I'm bringing everything out. If they want to fight, why? Look, you think about it. I'm saying they're all liars, criminals, storytellers. I'm even giving you the names. Wouldn't you go to take me to court for slandering? That's what you would do, wouldn't you? You take me to court for slandering. Not for a gagging order. Gagging order means as more confirmation that I'm telling the truth, that they're covering up rapes. And this is what's been happening. This is the issue, you see. And there's a rerun for this. Neil, if you get the chance, put the gagging order number on here. Let everybody see that court number on here again. So people can have a look at it. And I'll keep you posted. I'll give you the court arena. So now you don't have to just hear about it. You can attend court. And I'll make sure everybody gets in court. And look at the judge. And before that, if I give you the evidence, you see how bad this is. You see how bad our judges are to keep us silent while they allow the abuse of our children. Simple. And it's game over. The shit show time is over. It's payback time. If any government has got an issue, piss off to a complaint procedure. Oh, by the way, I just want everybody to know, should be proud of this. In LCS News, it's only one of the last phases. We put a complaint procedure down. You know, when they do a crime, we've got to go through a complaint procedure. Where we're putting a complaint procedure. If they have issues with anybody, tell them to go and follow a complaint procedure. Simple. Okay, we're going to do the same thing now. Okay, so this is what I'll be serving, obviously, to the judges as well. That if you got enough easier complaint procedure, go down that route. Don't be telling us what to do, because they're not even our government. The judges aren't even our judges no more. It's all came out to be a scam, which is a disgrace. I know there's a law there. I agree with that, and we have a really good law. The problem is that law is only there for the public. When it comes to the corporate companies, they can lie, cheat, deceive, rob, rape, do what they want. And it's a different law. Well, we don't take that nonsense. That's a load of bullshit. Click Pick, how you doing, young man? Well, good to see you.
Yeah, I'm good, yeah. I just caught you in the last 20 minutes or so, but it's good to be here. And we should all be thinking about what Rangy's saying. And this is really about our children's future. Forget our future. I mean, I'm over 50, so I mean, I've had my life, and I'm just thinking about the children's future. And it's not a pretty picture, unfortunately. That's the sad case about being in, not just in England, I think it's all over the world. And we have to realise this, people. And you just can't believe the narrative or what the normal, what we presume in dittos, the norm is of listening to BBC News, Sky News. They have a narrative, and their narrative is a false image of what's really happening. And that's what we're here. When we think we were growing up, we were here to protect our children, protect their future, protect each other. And all they seem to do here is divide, 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 divide. And we do not want this. It's happening too often. And since being with LCS News, you'll be surprised what is happening in this world, you know. Like we have certain secret societies who are part of what these politicians are and what happens. It's absolutely horrid. It's horrid. I'm sorry to say, it's absolutely horrid. And that's another topic.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, because obviously you've been looking at everything what we've been doing for a few months now. You know, with evidence-wise, we actually show you the evidence. We don't hold it back. I mean, after seeing what we've been talking about, how do you feel, or how do you want to put it to the public of, or shall we say, how serious is it for them to wake up and actually come forward and have a look at what's really going on?
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
You really have to be open-minded, and it's so important, because what you think is your enemy is not your enemy, and who pretends to be, who comes to you as an angel, they are the enemy, unfortunately, and who the media portray as a devil, they are probably more likely to be a friend. But it's very shocking what's happening, and what these grapes that's going on. I'm just being careful with my words here, because TikTok doesn't like certain words.
Yeah, don't forget. This is my live. You can say the words like pedophiles.
Yeah, and see your
We love TikTok Shop, and the government is run by nonces. There you go.
There you go. Click, finish off, please.
Yeah, and what I've learned is what's really happening in this country, and I think I'll really iterate. And the thing is, in this country, everything is a business, corporation, and when you realise the police can be bought, it's a shocking. We're thinking that we've always grown up, gone to school, and learned we are in a democratic society, and you're entitled to your opinion. But when you grow up, you realise this isn't the case. If you have an opinion that elite don't like about, you'll be shut down. You'll be called everything possible to get you down, and that's even to put you in prison. You put your life in danger, and this is something we've found out. I mean, a lot of it you can find out on media, because on social media you can find out. But my main best advice for anybody out there is have an open mind. Don't follow a certain narrative. Actually research what someone says to you. Research it, There's a lot of people, when they get angry, there's no reasoning with them, because they have one direction and that's what they believe. The doctor's always right, yeah, but the doctor works for the pharmaceutical industry. Yeah, he's only interested in making money and giving you pills to make you better. Well, they think they're not making you better, they're making you worse. And then you got to get another tablet, so they get you addicted. And that's what they do, they get you addicted in other things. So I'm going to pass it on to Carmel or Rangy, who's going to talk even more.
No, you're 100% right. Just one sec. Yoban Adams, is that you, Az?
I just wanted to say that Michelle Dahl tried to block Dami last night on TikTok and reported Dami. As you know, Rangy, she's definitely 18, but that bitch tried to say she was 13 and got her banned. And the amount of social media that was following Dami, because she's an artist and she does all them conventions, so Dami's furious. Notice how the woman didn't attack me, but she did my own child. That's horrific, like.
No, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yoban Adams, Az, is that you? Did you request to get in? Because I went to go for the request and the request finished. As if it's you, please request. Advice reaction from pharmaceutical drugs. Okay, so look, we're on our last 15 minutes. No, Carmel, look, firstly, these people, I think Ms. Jojo, she hit the nail on the head earlier on that, anybody who is a campaigner who's speaking up. Look, this is actually in the religious scriptures of a prophecy. A time will come where the right person, people will come together to make them out to be the wrong one. And the wrong person, they'll flock around them to make them the right ones. This is now bringing in the sickness of the good people and the bad people now. So the bad people will try to flock around the good, try to make sure that the good of the other good people don't get in. Yeah. This is the sickness and the problem. But, it is 100% wrong. I don't agree with it. But this is why the public, the good public, needs to start standing with each other. And, we were mentioned about certain words, but the way I'm going to put it, there's a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing. You know exactly what I mean. They disguise themselves that they're the best of this, best of that. They want to help. They're just liars, criminal storytellers on that side.
I mean, do you remember I'd said to you last week or whenever it was, I can't recall, when we were all on the live, or maybe it was on a meeting. No, it couldn't have been a meeting. It was, do you remember I was explaining that because Dami's got so many followers, like thousands, that I would get her to share, LCS News. So I think that's why your Eminem targeted her, because Dami was trying to reach out to spread the news and, get people to join up on the team or whatever for you, basically to show support. But I was furious last night, absolutely, because she come into my room and says, "Mommy, who's Eminem, if you know what I'm on about? That so-and-so bitch." But to target my child, she's hit me. That's annoyed me now, and I will target her one way or another. I don't have to be there or in her neighbourhood, you understand me? Anybody touches a child of mine in any way, shape or form, and they'll just smell their corpse, do you understand? That's terrible doing that to Dami. She's such a good person.
No, we'll deal with all these things. Don't worry about that. Yobon Adams, who's this? Yobon Adams.
Can you hear me, Rangy?
I can hear you loud and clear, young man. Yeah, so before I get...
it's me, Rangy.
Yeah, no, before I get you in, I want people to know that this young man does a fantastic work when it comes to children. He's been a campaigner, and I've known him for a little while now. But I'm going to let him tell you what he does and maybe even how he met me and what we're doing today, because there is a lot that's actually going on. Sometimes it's good to hear it from somebody else. Azia, go ahead. Leave the floor to you, young man.
Yeah, Rangy, yeah. How's everyone? Everyone good, yeah?
Keeping you up. Floor's yours.
Yeah, so basically, I came into the campaign in 2019 when we found out there was a serious safeguarding concern in schools. And after doing the research, it all traced back to certain occultists, that have been running our education system, influencing our education system, and social services are involved and everything else, and these children basically get taken away from the parents. I met Rangy when his tyre got blown up on a motorway. So I basically went down, helped Rangy out and everything, and since then, I've been... I've kept in touch with Rangy, and I'm basically supporting him in what he's doing, and that's basically it. You can elaborate on that, Rangy.
Yeah, so the kind of work that he's been standing up for is a lot of people that are talking about what's going on in the sex education and how extreme they're going to, and what kind of bad effects that it has had, which is really a pedophilia thought process. I think everybody acknowledges that. And you also now know that our government is run by a bunch of nonsense. That's really the reality of it. And this is things that people need to wake up with. I know I'm not going to talk about a case that we're just dealing with at the moment, because we will keep certain things private, but sex education, what's actually happening in schools, is very, very dangerous. Okay? Our children are at risk right now by a massive pedophilia thought process that's going on within our authority members. They're trying to literally legalize to go and rape kids. Okay, remember that. Rape kids. Not by consent. You can't have sex with a child under consent. But they're trying to legalize this. If you look at it, we could break it down on maybe one of the nights. We'll break it down stage by stage by stage, what they're actually doing. And our children are at risk today. Children's voice is no longer here. We need to start speaking up about it and dealing with these topics and start uniting, because if we don't start uniting and doing something about it, it's only going to leave our children and vulnerable mothers at risk, and this will never change. But we know everything's changing, because the good thing is there's a global awakening. There's millions of people in UK, Ireland, Wales, Scotland that are awake, that are combating. I just wish everybody started supporting them and coming forward. If everybody started supporting us, doing the right thing, we could stop this a lot quicker. How much more are we going to lose? And this is the reason why people keep standing up, keep fighting. They keep getting knocked, but they keep getting up. And Yoban Adam there, he does the very same thing. He goes through his difficult times. He gets attacked. He gets back up. Why? Because it's your kids. And he has kids. He understands what it's like. And he wants to do the right thing. That's all this is about, doing the right thing, supporting the right people. And once we identify wolves in sheep's clothing, we need to deal with them wolves in sheep's clothing. We can't just leave it. I hope, and News mentioned that again. The solution is everybody coming together. Start to unite, because they've done a good job in dividing us, and the best job I personally think they've done is we've been watching too much Hollywood and Bollywood. We've been brainwashing ourselves into a fictional world, and this is what they were good for. You see? Now we need to come away from that, and we've got to do the right thing, because all these now that's happening is starting to make it look like these are separate. This is not happening. That's not happening. No, this is all happening. Okay, you're not getting away from none of this. Everything that we're talking about is happening right now. Every day of the week, there's rapes taking place in these areas up and down the country, and nobody's doing about it. We hear about it after the damage is done. Remember, we need to prevent these crimes happening. The government doesn't want to prevent these crimes happening. If they prevent these crimes happening, they run out of business. So they've got to create the demand. They've got to create the victims. Otherwise, they're out of business. Because that's how they think, you see? And then on top of that, have a think about it. Just stop having loyalty of something that you don't know about. Did you know that our government here, while it was in Theresa May's hands, that I've got an article on my TikTok for this, it tells you that they sold accidentally 10,000 children to a child trafficking ring. Has anybody heard about this before? Most of you are going to think, oh, well, I didn't know about this. I didn't know. What do you mean you didn't know about this?
I didn't know.
This is what...
A quick one. Was it 6 days or 7 days that she was a PM?
She wasn't there for long, was she? But remember, she's not the only one. If you remember, after our Prime Minister, then there was just lately, there was a woman, she only got involved for, what, 10 days or something? Yeah. Every time they get a new Prime Minister in for a short term, they get them to sign off something illegal that is making our decisions. Remember that?
Yeah.
And these people work for us. What they've done is they've made everything upside down. Now we're working for them, and how we're working for them, they're stealing our money, they're stealing our children, all under the flag of safeguarding children, child protection. Our taxpayers' money is going to war, wars, genocide, robbing, raping, and stealing. What the hell's the matter with the public? Wake up, public. Unbelievable. And this is Theresa May, our own government. Now, if you don't believe that, look on my TikTok. The article is there. And then take it to the bank with you. Because we give fact findings, not crap findings. And every time we find an MP, he's only there for a short time, is because they're getting them to sign it off. And we need to get rid of all them. We need to get all the pedos from our parliament gone. And from MI6, hi MI6, you mother yuckers as well. All your pedos in your area, in the MI5, in all these positions, we don't care who you are. Remember the whole rule of everything that we're doing? We don't care what color, creed, religion, or title. Just because we got money. I'm a Freemason. Man, stick your Freemason thing up to where the sun doesn't shine. Now look on my TikTok, there's a woman there, a whistleblower from a Freemason. Whistleblower. Have a listen to this woman. She's apologizing to the public for herself and her ancestors of what they have done to us. And this is whistleblowers within the criminal side are speaking up for us. So don't think that you're watching Hollywood and Bollywood no more. Hollywood, Bollywood, that's a separate thing. Forget that side of it. Focus on reality. And if you want any further clarity, please, please, please get in touch. Because without the evidence, if you're not going to wake up, and sooner or later, I'm going to run out of sticks of dynamite, stick them between his head. And really, to be honest, I don't waste my time. If you wake up, you wake up. If you wake up, you want to learn more. The benefit is, when you wake up, you can't go back to sleep. And that's not by me. That'll be just normal. That's normal human beings. Because once you start seeing evidence and fact findings and think, oh shit, this is really happening. They are framing victims. They are allowing abuse to take place in our children. And this is all done under safeguarding children and child protection. And then you'll come on, what are we going to do about it? But this is what we're doing. We're doing public awareness. We're trying to wake people up. We want people to, once we start to unite, we can make them decisions. But we've got to do it collectively. And I'll be very honest with you, I think somebody was talking about earlier on, prime ministers and MPs. Look, what we need is people like you who care about your local community, who feel the pain of the grandmothers and the sisters and the daughters and the children and the men, okay, who feel that pain, who could represent you. So we take all these puppets out because Tories, Labour, Conservative, they're all same title. It's different titles, but same crap. Okay? They're all part of the same thing. We need people like you to take over in that responsibility. So it might be really good if we start our own political group. And before the next election, we should go in and kick all these out, and then we go in. And then we'll change everything. And a lot of people don't know what's really going on. Let me give you another example. This whole country is run by a foreign entity. So if you didn't know, London City is not part of UK. It's a foreign entity. That foreign entity, internationally run and controlled and owned, is telling us what to do, yet they don't belong in England. They have no jurisdictions. The police are servants of that entity. Social services are servants of that entity. So this all fraudulent, all these corporate companies are working for who? That corporate company, which is not part of UK. Not, even the royal family can't go into London City without getting permission of them. Are you awake yet? You're probably thinking, how deep does the rabbit hole go? But this is why we say, please wake up. If you want to learn more, let's open this can of worms up and let me show you what it's all about. And not only me, there's millions of people who actually know this. And this is normal. This is just common knowledge now. It's just most people are staying silent. Most people are keeping their minds shut. Don't do that. Don't do that, because let me tell you something. When I started breaking silence of this in Middlesbrough at the beginning, people weren't waking up. Right now, I've got so many hundreds, literally hundreds, if not coming to thousands of people coming forward in Middlesbrough area now, learning about the same problems that's happening to them now. And we need to come together. We need to sort it out. We need to get this job done. I hope people understand.
Yeah. I was going to ask, I'm just wondering how many councils have actually gone bankrupt through, the fraudery of sending a little bit of money to Ukraine or whatever. I'm just wondering how many there is.
So, when you mentioned how many have gone bankrupt, loads of councils have gone bankrupt. But let me tell you where the fraud is, the scam is. So I'll give you a live example, you see. No point giving you fiction, we give you lives, you see. So Sunderland Council went bankrupt a few years back now. Everybody in that department had to go, and it got caught for this kind of stuff where I'm talking about liars, criminals, storytellers. So what they did is that corporate company shut down, disappeared. There was another corporate company made, employed the same staff and reopened it again. Now tell me something, how did you fix the problem, and who took responsibility, and who was prosecuted and went to jail? Nobody was prosecuted, no investigations took place. All the children that were taken illegally, they still kept hold of those children. So how did you solve it? By bringing the same staff in, work for another title. How did they solve it? This goes to what Miss Jojo was saying earlier. So Miss Jojo was saying that nobody's taking responsibility.
There was one thing that I've mentioned that was really, it was the best, because the police are the best. When there was two policemen, a guy had one beer, one can. He wasn't on the street or nothing. He had one can of beer, drunk that. He's laying in the sun and he's relaxing in a park. And then two cops come along and they've pulled him up, arrested him, and for nothing. For nothing. Our excuse is you've had a beer. Yeah, well, it's one can, and when I get up, I'm going to put that can in the rubbish. But it really got out of hand, as in that's the Metropolitan Police.
Yeah, well, all these police stations, everything. I mean, look, you could go internationally now. Look at CIA. CIA is part of that criminal problem. FBI knows about it and staying silent. Their president is a crook and a criminal. Okay, so who's running the show everywhere? Foreign internationals. mafias, gangs. You might give them titles. I don't really care about the titles. Whether they're Freemasons or Illuminati or Scooby-Dooby-Doo, Tom and Jerry, they all sound the same to me. They all just lie.
They come from a little island, probably from Italy. It's a little island there. It's mafia and that. It's a lovely island.
Yeah, well, we know about an island. No, 100%. Right, look, I didn't realize the time. I know my mods probably messaged me. We've gone over 12 o'clock. Usually we finish at 12 o'clock. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give anybody who usually stays in the boxes at the end, I give them the opportunity. If anybody's taken anything in, what you should take in, that everybody needs to wake up. They need to start uniting. They need to start standing up together. And help and support where we can. Okay, this is what I'm praying for every single person out there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to give the floor to the people in the comments for their last statements for the night. If you want to help and support, by the way, I'll actually go through what I've got to say I'll say it now, so I won't say nothing at the end this time. If you want to help and support, all you need to do is go through the website. Very, very simple. Go into where it says contact us, submit a ticket, and in the subject tell us what you want to do. So in that the box, you could either you want to volunteer to help and support. That could be ranging in anything, but in the box at the bottom, you could give descriptions of what you want to help and support. But if you need help and support, you could put it in the same box that you need help and support, and in the box you put the description of what your challenges are. Okay, do not send me any legal documentation, because we don't do legal documentations. Because if you need help and support, if I can link it up with a solicitor or somebody, they'll be the best to look at that for you. But we will help you in that phase. And if you need some support in general, let us know. So help and support, there's loads we need. We need IT, we need journalists, independent journalists, or if you want to even become a journalist, we could help you with that. We get you the courses and everything to do to come on board. There's not an issue. So I'm hoping people understand. Neil, just tell me what this Observer was doing, because I know that name.
They wanted Crown Prosecutor Online to come up, aka Michelle.
Oh, what a...
obviously...
Yeah, it's all right. Observer, just block and mute and blocker. They've had the opportunity. I offer, here's the thing. This is myself, live on broad daylight. They're willing to answer anybody's questions. But they play little games. They're actually working with perpetrators, so let them go now. Bye-bye. See ya. You've had your chance. Disgusting behavior. So, just simple, that's what you need to do in help and support. But what I'm going to do is I'll start with Click, young man. Can I go with you first, if you don't mind?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no worries. All I like to say is, I think I've said usually the same narrative, but the children are the most important thing in our lives. If you haven't got no children, you must have nephew, nieces, children that even call you uncle. And this cause is cause for everyone concerned, and we need everyone's support in funding or helping in this. It's something we have to do, if you care about your children, because we don't want to see children treated as a commodity. We want to see the police to be not a corporation, a very corrupt corporation, if that, because they're only helping other corporations. They're not helping us in any way. We're at the bottom of the list. Schools, well, they got a lot to answer for as well, because they also have an agenda. And when you really look at everything, you realise we've actually been living a scam we've actually been conned by these people. And no one likes to be scammed. No one likes to be conned. And we've been duped, unfortunately. And we have to believe there's got to be something better than what's happening at this moment. You keep getting the politicians keep lying to us, saying they're going to do something, and they never do it, you know? And all I say to you people is, have an open mind. Don't think of the same narrative that the media has portrayed. And think and be objective. Doesn't matter, I'm not saying believe everything I say, but actually be objective, to be willing to, if there's something I've said that you don't agree with, go and check it out yourself. Go and check it out. Don't rely on other people. That's what they always tell you in college and university. Go and be objective. You have an opinion. But when you have an opinion and you find out they're telling you a pack of lies, they don't like your opinion because you found the truth. And the truth will set them free. So, thank you guys. And you're doing a great job, Rangy, yeah? And you have my full support. Ever since that day that I met you, you know, and these people were trying to belittle you. And you were in there against tyrants. And believe me, he's not a tyrant. He wants all these innocent children, because they're innocent, to have a life and be grown up as children, and that's what we want. So thank you very much, guys, and let's make this happen.
No, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Click. Carmel, can I get you next? But before you next, look, no, people are getting muted and blocked. Look, this is a live that anybody could come in, ask questions. I don't know why they want to play games. Because you play games is the reason what the moderators won't tolerate. That's all. If you want to play games, please go into your own little groups and go patty cake, play games somewhere else. Okay, I'm not interested. Neither is the mods, neither is anybody else. So mods, thank you very much for doing what you're doing. Carmel, can I get you next, my sister, please?
Yeah, sorry I was really late on, so I didn't get much. But again, thank you for all the help and support. You know, we'll have a big week coming up. We'll talk private about it. Again, I'm 100% behind you, saving children, protecting children from the messed up corruption the system has, the government. There's nothing, I mean, as I said the other night on Netflix, The Handmaid's Tale, all of these other episodes coming out. I mean, they're trying right now to introduce another new version of what happened to the children in the nunnery. You know, all the little babies that were murdered because the mums weren't married. The kids were conceived out of wedlock, which back then was a mortal sin, but it's okay today for the priest to rape children. It's just messed up, isn't it? And it was rare, but now it's every week in the local newspapers about a priest. It's crazy. In the social service, another thing is I've recently learned, they're very good at labeling you with a mental health condition when they haven't a notion. They're not a doctor, they're not a nurse. And if there is anyone out there who feels like wanting to end things, etc., I tried it twice in 1 week because of them motherfuckers. Well, I'm glad, so glad I'm alive today to say they're not winning, and I'm suing the entire trust.
No, thank you very much. I hope the people getting the message. This is why it's so important to start reaching out to each other. You could be brought to a brink of problems and destruction.
Yeah.
And Avengers, Titans, Fallen, 2 players. The corruption is the real pandemic. Okay, everything else is what's not unknown. It's actually known as planned demic. The real pandemic is what you're talking about, 100%. So the pandemic is what they show you. Okay, can I get can I get you next, young man, please? Your final words of wisdom to the members of the public. Anything you want to leave for them to stew on for the night? Yoban Adams, unmute yourself, young man.
Yeah, can you hear me, Rangy?
Well, now we can, yeah.
Just the importance of unity, you know, like some of your other guests have mentioned, you've mentioned yourself. They'll always demonize us. The only way they can control us is by keeping us disunited. So they will always, you know, bring something, you know, look, Malcolm X spoke about this, back in the 60s. He said the media is a very manipulative media. It will have the victim as if it's the oppressor and the oppressor as if they're the victims. You know, so it's a very irresponsible media. That's what he said back in the 60s. And this is exactly what's happening anytime they want to, get their way or somebody is in their way. They'll demonize you, and they'll demonize you in the most sickest way. So the easiest way to get people here to sort of, leave you in the, at the mercy of these sick people is by calling you a terrorist, a pedophile. You know, these are their golden nuggets, and they'll repeatedly use them again and again. And we saw that, when we were campaigning, we were called extremists and everything else. And that was simply to keep people away from us, prevent any support or help. Because the truth is, as single people, we'll get picked out. We can't fight this battle as single people or small groups. The only way we can fight this is collectively. We need to come together, and they'll call some of us terrorists, some of us pedophiles, some of us extremists, you name it. The same with you. When I met you and I passed your workaround, somebody from one organization responded by saying, this guy has been accused of, sexual abuse. So, that was straight away to basically put me off. Now, the person who said it, they were a genuine person. That person wasn't, somebody who's a part of the agenda or somebody that's against you, but that was the information they had. So then that kind of information, remember, a bad name goes around a lot quicker than a good name. Yeah? So then that kind of a label is passed around. One, the people that need your support, like somebody said earlier on, they can't get your support because you're demonized. You don't have a good, you don't have a good name. So we need to open our eyes. We need to critically think. And the strangest thing is, since I've been in the campaign and I speak to people, now earlier on when I mentioned, safeguarding in schools, I'm talking about programs like the All About Me program. The All About Me program was written by or created by Johnny Hunt. Now, Johnny Hunt in this program is openly telling parents that we will teach children about their bodies in school. We will teach children there's good touch, there's bad touch. Bad touch is, picking your nose, but it's normal. The same way, self-stimulation When I say self-stimulation, that's the terminology Johnny Hunt uses. But self-stimulation is basically saying masturbation. Children will time to time, self-stimulate. They'll have the urge, to basically masturbate, and parents need to accept this. You can't do anything about it. This program, the All About Me program, was a mandatory, compulsory part of the curriculum. So he's telling parents to basically, do what the hell you want, feel bad, who gives a crap. But, children will naturally, self-stimulate. They'll touch themselves and it's pleasurable. Now he's telling children also in this program, it's not polite to do that in public. So if you're in a classroom and you've got this flipping urge to self-stimulate, then go to the bathroom. If you're at home, you can go to the bedroom or the bathroom. But don't let it put you off. It's a natural part of a child's development. And, children should be allowed to enjoy themselves. That, if everybody's listening, try to comprehend it. That's to 4-year-olds. Almost every article in the UK covered this story, and the minimum age that was found was 4-year-olds. 241 schools were implementing this program and teaching it in the Warwickshire County. Just check that up, masturbation for 4-year-olds or 6-year-olds in schools in Warwickshire. It'll come up. That was 241 schools in Warwickshire using a program as a mandatory part of the curriculum to encourage boys and girls at the young of 4 to masturbate. Now, when I said earlier on, it's a paedophilic agenda, now you tell me what's the definition of a pedophile. If you have an adult teacher, whether they're a male or a female, any adult teacher would be over the age of 20. They're talking to primary age children at the age of 4 onwards that it's okay to self-stimulate. And this conversation is taking place between boys and girls. What kind of a conversation do you think that would be? Oh, sir, I don't feel any pleasure. What am I doing wrong? Oh, well, you're not touching the right part there. I mean, what kind of a bloody conversation will that be? Now, if that isn't the definition of pedophilia, then you tell me what is. That program was implemented by 241 schools. That's what we know. Now, can you imagine how many schools there's out there that are using that kind of a program and they think it's a normal part of a child's development? How on earth is that a normal part of a child's development? We need to, and the worst thing is when you tell people this, they say, oh, no way, impossible, there's no way this is happening. And people will give their own opinion. Oh, well, children will learn about it sooner or later. What's wrong in that? You don't know if the crime's flipping sick or the mind of the people that justify it. I just don't understand. When you have children, when you give birth to children, you take an oath. You take an oath to love them, to protect them, and educate them in the best manner. Your children rely on you. You're their responsibility. Now, those children, when they grow up and they look back, their parents, the ones that should have been loving them, protecting them, and getting them the best education, are allowing this. And remember, it's only happening because parents are allowing this. And again, I said people have opinions. Anything you talk about, everybody's an expert on it. They've got opinions. Now, if you cannot be bothered to do the research, I don't think anybody should hold an opinion. You've no right to hold an opinion if you haven't done the research. And there was another scandal, the transgender clinic, Tavistock. Tavistock, the transgender clinic, had over 30% of children at the age of a minimum 3 years old. And this report was done by David Bell. Now, he was one of the staff members of Tavistock Transgender Clinic. And according to David Bell, who was not just a psychologist, but he was the president of the Psychoanalytic Society of England. So basically, this guy was a teacher of psychologists, and he was working in the Tavistock Transgender Clinic. And he writes in his report that over 30% of children that were brought in as young as 3 were autistic children. Others that were brought in, when he analyzed them, he realized they were being abused, some sexually and some in other ways. Most of the children that were brought in, or a lot of the children that were brought in, they were brought in through social services and organizations like Mermaids. He either resigned or he was kicked out. So he was fired from the job because he spoke out. Do you know how many staff members were sacked from or resigned from the Tavistock Transgender Clinic? Over 40. And you can research this up. If over 40 staff members have either resigned or have been kicked out, do you think that's a problem? That transgender clinic, that Tavistock Clinic, was open for many years. 2 years ago, from the pressure of people like us who are fighting, we had it closed down. The same with the All About Me program. The pressure we put on the education system, the councils, and the government, we had that program dropped. But we still hear stories from children that is still being taught. Earlier on, Rangy said that we're also dealing with another matter at hand, another school, and we've got the same kind of information from there. And it's happening all over the country, the whole of the United Kingdom. If you look up statistically, the numbers of child sexual abuse in schools only last year, when I was looking at the figures, and that was only a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago, it was 8,800 cases only last year. And then they talk about the Sarah Sharif case, that she was being home educated, and we need to crack down on home education, yeah? And that's one case they've pulled forward, yet that girl was in school for 2 years or so with bruises all over her body. Social services, nobody picked up. And then 3-4 months before that, when she's kept at home, and I'm not saying she was home educated, because it's pretty obvious that was just done to demonize home education. Whatever reason she was kept home, and then she dies, that's when they pick up on it. And then who do they blame? The flipping home education. So they're basically now trying to make home education difficult for parents. Yet you've got 8,800 cases of child sexual abuse taking place in schools, and nobody speaks about it. It's absolutely insane. But the only way we can move forward, we can protect these children, because they can't protect themselves, is by uniting and critically think for yourselves. If somebody is out there and they're trying to do the right thing, instead of going against them, at least look into what's happening, listen to them, research, and then if you can't support them, at least don't get in their way. But my final words are: we definitely need to open our eyes. We need to critically think. We need to research. We need to look at what's going on. It's in front of our faces. I was reading not long ago, since COVID, and since the cost of living has gone high. There's working class women and girls that have to sell their bodies now just to pay the rent. Elderly people have to go to the library and the community centres to keep warm because they can't bloody put the heating on at home. We're living in one of the richest countries in the world, and our women have to sell their bodies to pay the rent. Working class women, women that are educated. Our elderly, our parents have to flipping go to community centres and they have to go to libraries to keep warm during the day because in the winters it's far too cold and they can't put the heating on, they can't afford it. Our flipping NHS, I don't even want to talk about that. I've had flipping many experiences myself recently. They just absolutely don't care. They don't care. The whole thing, you know, everything is just crumbling down and we're watching it, we're allowing it. You know, and unless we come together, open our eyes, because it's just going to get worse and worse. We've already had a case of a young boy raping a girl, I think in one of the Welsh schools. That was last year. And that's just not one case, that's just one case that I'm, you know, relating to you. There's many other cases. Children are flipping raping each other. It's that bad. It's absolutely sick. But yeah, those are my final words, Rangy.
No, well, that's good. I hope people take note of everything that you've said because it is real. It is happening. If anybody wants some clarity on these things, please don't hesitate. Get in touch. Put your misery. You know, there's a saying in UK, curiosity killed the cat. Well, we're very good in slaughtering all of them for you. I mean, I'm not literally meaning slaughtering cats, but you know what I'm saying about metaphor, because I'll only have somebody stupid say, oh, he's talking about killing a cat. No. So I hope people understand that. So, Lord, can I get you in next, young man, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, it's been a lovely evening for everybody. It's a feeling that why I believe I'm old school. You know, I don't know if men and women here understand where I'm coming from, but when I was like 13, I remember having my first Tommy, and I naturally done that because I thought, well, but it weren't through experience or learning at 5 years old because I wasn't at that age of, I want sex. You know what I'm saying? So naturally, as a boy, you know, 13, 14, 15, 16, with a girl, it might be 15, but it's same principle. They're both immature, as in I felt it myself as a child, and obviously as a teenager and everything. As a boy, sex ain't the best thing anyway. All right, because it lasts, you know, 5 hours, as the women would laugh at me, because it might be 10 minutes or it might be 15 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, behind it all, the whole principle of it is naturally, why would any of us think that it's good? We should be educated that from 4 years old, 5 years old, these sexual things that I remember when I was 5 years old, if everybody said that, I'd be like, what? Because it's not right to do that to children. That's the classic of what was the whole loved country at the moment, which is very fond. I'm at fraud. But in this area, you got the government, because they're good at golf, and lies I meant, government, and Parliament, they're on par. They're good at golf. Police are the best, and social services, universal credit, they're all good. They're all good. Soliciting is good, sorry, not soliciting, solicitors, that's good. So yeah, I think people are starting to wake up, that when it starts hitting home to some normal people that don't just watch TV or watch what's on their phone. They actually start seeing things, and it's going to actually loop. That's what I believe. But hopefully it's going to happen for the better for the people, not for the human beings or the person in a magistrate court, because we all trust the magistrate court.
Lord, thank you very much.
You know, brother.
No, thank you very much. I hope people taking that in. I want to thank everybody with the support, and for everybody in the comments in general. Look, I could only keep appealing. Look, here, I'm appealing. I'm begging and pleading. Why? I need your help, really. I need you to come forward. We need your help and support. There's a lot of people out there that need your support. We can't get to everybody. It's just virtually impossible. If people come forward in different counties and cities, any form of expertise that you may have, it'd be really, really, really appreciated. You could literally save a child today, save a mother today, save a vulnerable girl today. I just wanted to shut that out there. Before I get into Neo, if you're there, get yourself in the box, young man. Just because I've got where I am. Look, there's loads of ways people can actually help, but I think it might be best if you send us a private message. We do talk about this with the system itself, with what's going on. We talk about victims that need help and support in each town and city. They need advice, they need guidance, they need moral support. When we're doing with LCS News, we're doing a load of work on there, putting stories, getting things ready for that. We've got a radio channel, we'll be getting ready for that. You might want to be on a news desk. I don't know what you want or what you're qualified for or what you think you want to get into. You could train yourself in doing that. You might want to do what I'm doing, but then even that's even better, because that'll be even more, and I could give you the information and evidence, and then you can. See, if you knew what I knew and you had what I have, then you could do minimum what I'm doing right now. So there's just so much. And yeah, even from Canada. Now, here's the thing. At the moment, we've already had people reaching out from Canada. So if you're in a different country, France has reached out as well. America's reached out as well. Australia's reached out as well. South Africa's reached out as well. It doesn't matter where you are in the globe. You could help from there. Okay, and also we are now moving into all these other countries as well. We're going to start putting the bases there, getting the right people involved to give the support to the local area. And also sometimes you might feel that you can't report certain crimes because of the system. Well, that comes to us then. We'll report them crimes for you in Canada and France and Germany, and I don't care who it is. You understand? This is about exposing everybody involved in these problems in the corruption. So I just want to make that clear. I'm just going to get the person who I'm living in, if he had final comments for the night before I get to the last two. Is there anything you want to add?
I just wanted to say, first of all, what a fantastic life. And many of my sentiments chime with your panel members there. Obviously, there are individuals which I'm classifying the anti-Rangy group that are no doubt listening and targeting and smear campaign. And I would just like to say, look, I think this has gone on for long enough. It's not helpful to anybody. And I would just kindly ask you to cease and desist in your endeavors, because you're not achieving your objectives. And it's just not helpful. And so I'm just kindly asking you to leave the man alone, let him do what he wants to do, you do what you need to do, and just walk away, rather than building up hostilities and continuing this antagonism, which is detrimental to everybody else. So I'll just kindly plead and request that you leave this man alone and let him do. He's got a heavy burden. He's asking for help. He does not need people to, obviously detract him from what he's doing. We all know what's going on. There's an international cabal, and it's just not helpful. I just want to end it at that. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could go to Neo, next young man.
No problem undoing the mic. Oh yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming in the boxes tonight and sharing their views and everything. And thanks to you, Rangy, for doing what you're doing, mate. And keep it up. Keep up the good work. That's all I can say. Much love to everyone. Catch you later.
Thank you very much. My sister Loyalty, can I get you next, please?
Yeah, no problem. Firstly, I just want to thank every single one of you for every single share. 107 shares. We've had 141.5k likes. That is absolutely amazing. Thank you all for your gifts. Thank you all so much for your contribution. And again, if you need help and support or can help and support, please contact us through the website. I just want to thank everybody that's been in the comments. I want to thank everyone that's been in the boxes. And I just want to thank every single mod as well. And as always, a big and massive respect to our brother Rangy for everything he does for all of us. Okay? And if it wasn't for our brother Rangy, this wouldn't be possible. Okay? So we need to praise our brother Rangy for everything he's doing. But I'm glad that we're all coming together. We're sharing all the information we can. We just need to keep on doing what we're doing. Okay? So from me and the team, a very big, massive thank you. Good night and God bless. And we will see you soon. Massive love. Love you all. Good night.
Thank you very much, my sister. Appreciate it. I hope people have taken all these notes in. For the final words are always very, very important. There's only one thing I'm going to add in all those messages is what Miss Loyalty mentioned at the end. Praises is one thing, but just keep remembering me in your prayer. I need your prayers more than anything else. Whether you're a daughter, a sister, or a mother, a grandmother, or a brother, an uncle, you may look at me as, or me as an uncle. Your prayers take me a lot further. Keep me protected, keep me safe, because I'm only scared of one thing. I'm scared of him up there. God Almighty, Allah Ta'ala Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. I don't worry about people down here. And down here, we have a responsibility. Our responsibility is, and it starts with protecting our vulnerable, our children, our women, and you don't look back. You're going to get people targeting here, going through. This is a battlefield. We know who these people are now. We know they probably, chances are they work for paedophile rings or the corruption. They're part of that sickness. And we don't bow down to these people. You understand? And that's where I stand with all of it. And I'm going to continue my path. I will not rest. I will not stay silent. For the ones that might be looking at helping and supporting, we do know we have our next meeting coming up beginning next week. Which is the private Zooms, because we have done a lot of transitioning from the TikTok into the private meetings, because there's a lot of work to be done. Now, I know we're trying to get on top of everything, but there's just a mountain of work to be done. I'll be very honest with you. And I know there was somebody from Canada. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you feel that you could help and support, you could be anywhere. Just moral support is good enough sometimes. Because there's so many people don't even have somebody to say that to. Let people know that you're not alone. We will stand with you. You understand? A lot of suicide rate in the UK is because they're isolated. And because I've mentioned earlier on, where people are trying to talk, they're victims, they get targeted by perpetrators, victimizing victims. And this is why I bring all this up. And we won't be tolerating none of that. So if you feel like you can help and support, I'd really, really appreciate it. The best way will be through this, because there's a team of people picking the whole load up regularly. And we're just expanding it all the time, because there is nothing else. I wasn't born to do this. I was brought into these circumstances. I wasn't made to come on a platform to talk about these. I was forced into this. I didn't come into their life. They came into my life. And now the rabbit hole was open. I acknowledged, I seen it. It's my duty as a citizen of the human race to stand up and do whatever it needs to do to get the job done, because women and children have to be protected. So ladies and gentlemen, from me, from everybody else from the team, I do apologize. I know a couple of people were trying to get in at the end. I apologize for that, but we were trying to clock off at 12. We've just gone over another 45 minutes. But I want to say a big thanks for everybody's support. Please help support where you can. Just don't hold back. And I'm going to leave with, please remember me in your prayers one more time. That's all I'm going to ask. So ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for the comments. Thank you very much for coming into the boxes. It takes a lot of guts. And from me and everybody else, good night. God bless. Stay strong. Thank you.